I think fans are catching up to this. It's less now, I think, about signing day than a year out. How much talent did you sign on signing day that a year later are they sticking around?
Oh, okay.
That's what's going to be.
It's like Texas A&M, for instance, had that record class last year, and so many of them are out the door. Yeah,
I think the recruiting efforts is not just you get them in the door. It's now you're going to have to recruit them every year. And how much energy and effort are you going to have to expend in that? It's great that Alabama is going to sign all these great, and not just Alabama, but all these schools are signing great talent. How long can they keep them in the program?
You've been doing this a long time. And Mike Leach, the memorial is going on in Starkville today, the public service remembering him. He is short of a few percentage points of being eligible
Round it up, baby.
For the College Football Hall of Fame.
60% wins, right?
60% wins. But with that said, Howard Schnellenberger will never be in the College Football Hall of Fame because his winning percentage was just over 500 with the jobs he had. But, I mean, he built Miami.
Yeah.
Should have never taken that Florida Atlantic job.
You really want to get down the rabbit hole of College Football Hall of Fame? You know you have to be an All-American to be even eligible.
That's right.
Julio Jones is not eligible for the College Football Hall of Fame for Alabama.
How about that? See, I think we almost should go, and I hate to say this, but to the NFL model of having somebody who, for instance, a great assistant coach is like Mickey Andrews, and who was the guy at Virginia Tech all those years? Bud Foster. Those two guys never had coaches.
Right.
So they'll never be in the Hall of Fame, but... Yeah.
But Bud Foster's contribution to defense in football is pretty...
Well, there should be an honorary inductee every year.
Yeah, but Bud Foster to that Virginia Tech program, I know Frank Beamer gets the credit, but Mickey Andrews with Bobby Bowden at Florida State, you cannot amount more with what he did in Tuscaloosa as a player. And, I mean, there's just certain people that... David Cutcliffe, what did he do for college athletics?
Yeah, and speaking on about Mike Leach, to win... Let's round it up. 60% of your games at Texas Tech, Washington State, and Mississippi State. And no offense to any of those programs, Mississippi State especially, you can win there. But he's not going to Blue Bloods. He's winning at Outposts.
So I think we need to change the college football playoff criteria a little bit. Let's don't make it a stat game. An AI could do that. Let's use human knowledge and say who's impacted college football.
Do you think Julio Jones was a Hall of Famer though?
I just use that as an example.
Yeah, okay.
Like that you have to be an All-American.
Yeah, because I think, Julio is one of those that had a better NFL career than college career. Now, he didn't play with the likes
But ask the people on those teams
Mac.
Who was the guy on those rosters.
Well, he still
started with Julio.
Is he the highest recruited player that Nick Saban has actually signed? Just as far as fanfare around him?
It might be Cam Robinson in terms of like how they rank recruits.
Okay, well, I'm just talking about buzz. Because the buzz for Julio back in the day. Yeah.
Julio. And Nick really only got 1 year at him, right? Because Nick Saban came in 2007, so he got that 1 year. And if you guys can transport yourself back in time, Julio Jones was known across this state as a sophomore at Foley High School. As a 14, 15-year-old kid, people knew. And it wasn't, well, can he? It was when his time comes. He was a big deal.
And I wonder where he was going if Nick Saban hadn't come to
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma?
Yeah.
How many passes would he have caught there?
Lord.
A lot, the way they played back then.
A lot of yards after catch.
Aaron Suttle's with us there. Thank you so much, Aaron, for taking the time to be with us this hour. Mike White, what was Mike's old job? Can we talk about what he used to do?
Well, I mean, so he's a Navy SEAL.
Navy SEAL.
He also was
former bodyguard
for Bill Gates, for Bruce Springsteen.
He'll be in studio with us tomorrow, 11 to noon tomorrow.
Played for Bear Bryant.
Yeah, played for Bear Bryant.
Acting, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Flags of Our Father, he was in that movie.
He slides in tomorrow with us 11 to noon as our special guest, filling in for Brownie all week long. Aaron, we appreciate you. They're about to record a new edition of Bama in Bourbon right in our green room. That'll be out later today, so they'll knock that out with a new bourbon they'll be tasting in a second. And don't forget Bud Light Game Night, Thursday night. We're at the Steel Gastro Pub down in Lakeview. Last one of the year, number 20 of our Bud Light Game Nights. Thank you to Bud Light and our friends at Adams Beverages for supporting us all year long. Remember, Ghost Energy Drinks, Bud Light. We'll see you down there for those special Bud Light gifts, 5 to 7 this week at the Steel Gastro Pub for Bud Light Game Night. We're back 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway. Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
National Signing Day. We'll talk about that throughout the show. Basketball, Jelly Walker joins us in the next segment, and we'll get to basketball, what we saw last night and what was a okay night, average night for Alabama, horrible night from the SEC. Todd Fuhrman from Vegas late in the show, the godfather of recruiting, Mike Farrell, late in the show as well. Updates on Auburn and Alabama. Lunsford will be on our National Signing Day desk throughout the day with updates. Tony Mitchell is a big potential flip from Alabama. Maybe he stays with Alabama. Maybe he goes to Auburn. Maybe he goes to Texas A&M. We'll hear from the Thompson Star coming up in the 9:30 area of the show. Lunsford will keep us updated on that. So a lot to get to today, but let's start on what we have learned yesterday in the portal and some big flips. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Rockstar, Tyler the Intern, Lunsford, Forrester, Taylor Corn, everything social media at Next Round Live. Let's start with maybe the biggest flip in college football to date, and that was Alabama getting Caden Proctor to flip from Iowa. He is coming in at a position of need for Alabama. I've never seen Alabama under Nick Saban this thin at a position, but he comes in as arguably one of the best, if not the best, offensive lineman in this class. And Alabama's having to replace 3 starters and 4 backups that they lost in the portal, 7 offensive linemen out of that room. And here comes a big flip that everyone was sort of hinting was going to happen, and it finally happened last night.
Well, it's interesting because the guy is from Southeast Polk High in Pleasant Hill, Iowa. So he's an Iowa kid. Kirk Ferentz had a really good relationship with this guy. He was an Iowa commit for a long time, and then he decided to take a look at Oregon, decided to take a look at Alabama, and you started to hear the rumblings that he was ultimately going to end up in Tuscaloosa. But you mentioned the number 10 ranked recruit overall, the number 2 offensive tackle. Physically, they say the kid's already ready. He's 6'6", 315 pounds, and you're right. When you start to look at the offensive line room, no depth right now in Tuscaloosa.
That's right. So you could see him on the field as early as game 1 next year. In fact, 5 freshmen could have playing time for this Alabama team next year. That's how such a big need it is on the offensive and defensive line. I know you and Suttles talked about this yesterday on Bama and Bourbon about where the program is, and you can go watch that on all our video platforms. And Suttles on our show yesterday was just talking about how rededicated, not that he ever wasn't dedicated to recruiting, but somehow Nick Saban found an even higher gear this year in the recruiting process.
Well, I think a couple of reasons. You know, you always hear he's lost his fastball. He's 71 years old. You've got other people out recruiting and using that pitch against him. The fact that they didn't make a college football playoff. And also, you know, realistically, it looks like Alabama's missed on some recruits. I mean, when you saw what was on the field last year, it looked different than what we've seen over the last few years under Nick Saban.
Tom Luganbill earlier this week on our show and again this morning on SportsCenter calls Alabama's recruiting effort this year, quote, remarkable, end quote. That from Luganbill today on SportsCenter and earlier this week. You see some of the guys who already have their commitments in place in Tuscaloosa as Forrester's running through there. There's another big guy, Keon Keeley, who comes off the edge. In fact, if everybody holds on to their commitments to Alabama and actually signs today, Ty Lockwood, the tight end, who is coming to Alabama, the Tide will have nothing but 5- and 4-star recruits except for a place kicker to replace Will Reichert, who's a 3-star kicker. So that's the kind of recruiting class we're talking about as we sit here today. Alabama number 1 across the board in recruiting.
Boy, that was quite the necklace. Can you go back one?
No, it's in a sequence. It'll cycle back around here in a second.
I don't know if you saw that. That might be the it was almost – it might be bigger than the turnover chain Miami used to wheel out.
We'll cycle back around to that for sure. We'll get to that.
Well, Caleb Downs decided to borrow Saban's hat.
Auburn is doing some work as well. We'll come back to the Alabama slideshow in a second. They got a JUCO offensive tackle yesterday, considered to be the best JUCO offensive tackle. You'll see some of the commitments coming in for them. But the big get was Xavier Miller, who is considered to be the big guy who will be able to anchor the line immediately coming out of junior college. And Hugh Freeze late to the party as far as this signing class goes, but he's been able to move the needle quite a bit to move Auburn up the national rankings today. And this is what we expect from Hugh Freeze down the road. I don't think you obviously will not judge Hugh Freeze. Anything he gets here and in the portal is gravy. Full recruiting cycle today, starting today for the 2024 class, and full year where that NIL to work the portal will be Hugh Freeze's legacy moving forward. But still, he has come in and moved the needle a little bit in a short period of time.
Yeah, look, and I agree with you. I think ultimately for Hugh Freeze in year one, it's going to be about the portal and what kind of damage he can do there. And again, when you start to look at first-year coaches that had success this past year, you start with Lincoln Riley, you look at Brian Kelly, and those guys had a lot of success in the portal.
Yeah, and as we sit here today, starting the show on National Signing Day, using the 24/7 Sports Composite, Alabama is 1, Georgia 2, Miami 3, Texas is 4. That includes Arch Manning, who signed his letter and got it in early today. So the much talked about Manning quarterback is in the mix now at Texas. He is signed. LSU currently 5, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Clemson round out the top 10. Others of note from the SEC currently, Florida is 11. Texas A&M's at 15. They've been a little worse than that. They're trying to rally here at the end. They got a big flip at the quarterback position, stealing a quarterback away from Ole Miss to jump up to 15. South Carolina is 16. Arkansas is 20 as we sit here. Auburn is 23 at this hour. Mississippi State is 26 at this hour. Ole Miss is 32 as we sit here at this hour. Missouri is 40. Those are the SEC teams that are in at the top 40. And we'll continue to update you on this National Signing Day as we move forward. Let's start things off with Precision Sports, and we'll get to a couple of quarterbacks that moved in the portal last night and early this morning. Precision Sports is here to help you get back into the game as well. And whether it's injury in your personal life or your weekend warrior life, they can get you back working.
Yeah, 'tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Okay, as we look at some of the stuff going on in the portal, I remind you that Ghost Energy Drinks gets you going every morning. If you want that, just look for this logo right here. It is the Ghost that will rise you up and get you going on a weekend. No sugar added there. It's a great energy drink. Give that a go. In the portal, some interesting news. Let's start with Florida. Graham Mertz, one-time Wisconsin quarterback. And I think this puts Grayson McCall back into play here because McCall, the buzz had been maybe he was going to end up at Florida. Graham Mertz announces he is off to Florida, and that's where he's going to be, according to reports today. It's not winning the day media-wise. The reaction to this, our buddy Connor O'Gara tweets this out. Graham Mertz to Florida feels like when you go to the grocery store having not eaten anything all day, and instead of coming back with a giant steak for yourself, you panic and you get a Hungry Man frozen dinner. I used to like the Hungry Man frozen dinner
God.
Before I got a job.
I love the analogy from our friend Connor. It was awful because you had you always had corn that nobody wanted.
Yep.
You had some kind of meat. It was usually like a Salisbury steak or something.
Yep.
And you pulled that film off, and then it had a brownie in there as well.
Yep, and a potato, right?
Always overcooked. Yeah, the
Mashed potatoes.
Was a little off color, kind of a gray. Man, the Hungry Man was not good. And Graham Mertz, the highest ever signed recruit to the Wisconsin program, never lived up to his billing. And if I'm a Florida fan, I know that system is much different at Wisconsin. But there were opportunities for Graham Mertz watching him, and he just didn't make plays. And if I'm a Florida fan, I'm not excited at all.
Yeah, if
Look
I
at
had
that. Look at that, Dunaway. That's it.
There's the Hungry Man.
It's everything I said. It's just the disgusting Salisbury steak, the corn that nobody wanted. Look at that. I mean, it's like somebody took a shit in the middle of it. That's actually the brownie.
That's actually your toilet.
I ate them. Man, I ate them back in the day. That was a trailer park Thanksgiving right there, man.
Yeah, but that was even before microwave, right? Didn't you have to put that in the oven?
Yes.
And then you'd peel the aluminum foil over it, and then it had the
cellophane.
The clear cellophane.
Yep, that's exactly right. But I do think we had some of that during the microwave days as well. When did we get microwaves in everybody's homes? That was the 80s, right?
Yeah, it was early 80s.
Yeah.
81, 82. But, the Foods That Made America or whatever, was it Swanson that started these?
That's a good name. That's the one we used, I think.
Fish, yeah, I think so. They did refrigerated fish and stuff like that you could actually keep cold.
But I think that's what, but his initial thing was the full ready meal. And they said that, it just overnight changed the way Americans ate.
They started to eat in front of the TV. That's the quote unquote TV dinner from back in the day right there. That brownie tasted exactly like the one, I've said this on the show before, one of my most embarrassing Christmas gifts of all time. It was either 5, 6, or 7. I got an Easy Bake Oven.
Good.
And it was to make those brownies and chocolate cakes. And the same, just add water batter mix. That taste you got is exactly what that brownie tasted like as well.
Well, early on you were taught to share, so did you make enough for your imaginary friends too?
They can have all of it.
Yeah, I did eat. I ate them all, though.
Hey, don't you love how they threw just a few carrots out there?
Well, you got to have some dressing on it.
I mean, what do you think the nutrition on that thing is?
That right there is going to be 790 calories with very little positivity.
Well, I think that's going to be your sodium intake for 1 week, right?
Oh, for a week, right. It was all salt to keep it all healthy. That's what Connor O'Gara, I hope he's watching or listening as he's driving to some holiday location.
Yeah, again, I love the analogy. Can you still pick those up in the grocery store?
Oh, I bet we can.
Okay.
In fact, I am willing, if Tyler will go to the local grocery store, I am willing to eat one today on the air.
No, you're not.
Yeah, if he would go buy it.
You will eat that right now.
I would eat the whole thing. I would eat every bite of it.
You got wings. You got meatloaf. Salisbury
No,
steak.
I want to go old school. I want
battered chicken.
I wish Brown was here because I'd slide out and run to a local grocery store and I'd like to pick it out for you.
Well, no, I don't. I'm not going to eat any kind of seafood, fish, or anything like that.
So you just want the traditional that we just saw, the Salisbury steak?
I want the traditional.
Yeah,
traditional one. Yeah.
So, Tyler, will you do it at some point? Okay, good deal. I can't wait to see this. Of course, at the same time, that means I got to smell it.
Yeah, you may smell it twice. It's so nice you smell it twice. That's not the only quarterback portal commitment we got yesterday. Another one happened that I don't understand. I understand it from the perspective of the team he's going to, but JT Daniels is now going to play at Rice. This kid went to USC, to Georgia, to West Virginia, and now he's going to play what I assume is his last year of college football at Rice.
This is it for JT. He turns 23 in February. So your head coach there, Mike Bloomgren, was the offensive coordinator at Stanford. He was recruiting him out of high school, so there's familiarity there. He likes this pro-style offense. It's really sad, the fall of JT Daniels. I've got him coming up in 4 downs, by the way.
Okay, so JT a little bit later on in 4 downs. Those are some of your headlines on this National Signing Day as we get going. We'll flip the script to a lost legend in just a second after LT tells us about our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. Listen, if you're sitting here and you're a guy, which it makes up more than half of our audience, and you procrastinate and you haven't really gotten to all your Christmas gifts yet, which probably makes up half of American men, a great place to swing by and get that last gift that is fantastic is Woodhouse Day Spa.
I was actually at the Summit Shopping Center last night, took my daughter up there to do a little shopping, and look, it's not easy right now, but what is easy is what Stuart and Casey and everyone at Woodhouse will do for you. This Christmas, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury. From Birmingham's best day spots, the Woodhouse Day Spots located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa voted America's best day spa since 2009. You could order that special person gift online 24/7. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. You can buy them 24/7 online or stop by Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the next round sent you.
Hey, honest to goodness, the best part about that is you don't have to worry about shipping. You can have it on Christmas morning ready to go. Swing by there and say hi to them. Another uncomfortable passing in the sports world for me because everyone, and I will even say great things about Franco Harris, but I'll be totally upfront with you. Franco Harris was a guy I cheered against every step of the way. You were either in the 70s when I was a kid, you were either a Steelers fan or a Steelers hater. They won 4 Super Bowls. You were either a Cowboys fan or a Cowboys hater. Franco Harris is the reason why I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan to date. I did not want to ride with the Lambs to be a Steelers fan or with the Lambs to be a Cowboys fan back in the 70s when I was a teeny tiny little bitty boy. And so I said, I'll take the new team with the ugly uniforms, and I became a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. In fact, I was all in on cheering for Earl Campbell and Love You Blue just to derail and beat Franco Harris. He was the most frustrating player to cheer against in my lifetime because Franco Harris seems like every time he touched the ball, he got 5 yards.
Oh, look, I hated the Steelers as well, and Franco Harris, he still to this date is the leading Super Bowl rusher as far as yards, rushing yards. I'm completely butchering the way I'm saying this.
So in Super Bowls, he has more rushing yards than anybody else
in NFL history. He played in 4 of them, obviously. The crazy thing about this, and again, it shows you the fragility of life. He was on with Mad Dog Russo yesterday doing a regular interview. We are just 3 days away, or 2 days away, from the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception.
Yeah.
3 days away from Pittsburgh retiring his number.
That's right.
And, he's doing these media tours talking about it. And, I don't know inside how healthy he was. He seemed like a really healthy 72.
Yeah, 72 years old. Franco Harris passing away, Hall of Famer in 1990. The Immaculate Reception, you've seen it. I know you have, if you're a sports fan at all. But on Friday would be the 50th anniversary, and on Saturday the Raiders are playing the Steelers in Pittsburgh, 7:15 Prime at night on the nighttime game on Saturday on Prime streaming video with Al Michaels and Herb Street. For those of you that are Alabama fans, you know the other quarterback in that game was Kenny Stabler of the Raiders in Madden, and they were trying to get to the Super Bowl, and they had the Steelers beat every which way you could have them beat in that game until in the end where Terry Bradshaw almost goes down, scrambles, much like the Eli Manning helmet catch from David Tyree. There was a moment there Bradshaw was going to be sacked, and he gets away, and he scrambles to the top of the screen as I'm watching it, I think on black and white, at my papa and nanny's house, and he slings it downfield, and it looks like the ball is batted down, but right there off the turf, Franco catches it before it hits the turf, or if you're a Raiders fan, after it hits the turf, and he runs into the end zone for the Immaculate Reception. The Steelers win. They go on to win the Super Bowl, the first of 4, and it all happened 50 years ago Friday in that. There was no replay then, and I don't know, NFL Films has a good angle of it to where it doesn't touch the turf. But I don't know. I guess it would have, in today's world with replays, it would have stood because there was nothing to overturn the call on the field.
Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy theorists out there that this play never happened. A lot of people believe it's the greatest play in NFL history. It is weird. Like, I haven't seen that other angle. The only angle I ever see is when ball gets batted up, and then it's the one shot of Franco picking it up.
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen another shot.
Oh, that tight shot, the tight shot you see is not really the NBC broadcast. The tight shot you really see is NFL Films, after they developed the film and they put it in all the videos.
See, I thought Stanley Kubrick went back and filmed that one.
I guess they could have. Yeah. But, really, nobody really knew what was happening. And I think the great Kurt Gowdy was on the call. We'll see replays of it all day long. But it was really an Immaculate Reception. It was perfectly named. Franco had a fan base that would come to the games, Franco's Italian Army. And they would come to the games in Army helmets and, hang out signs wherever the Steelers were playing. One of the more popular players in NFL history, unless you cheered against the Steelers.
I heard Chris Berman talking about him this morning, and this was a good point because the NFL is so different than it was in the 70s to the 80s to the 90s where we are today. But back then, although you had guys like Terry Bradshaw and Lynn Swann and John Stallworth, everybody knew you were going to run the football. I mean, it was run first, pass way second. And for Franco Harris to retire as the third leading rusher of all time, behind only Walter Payton and Jim Brown, that shows you how good this guy was.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, a quick break here as we remember Franco Harris. We'll talk a little basketball at 9:45. We'll get back to National Signing Day. Jelly Walker scheduled to be with us next. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. They will send out a lock, or LT will send out a lock later on at the Lance Taylor. Got a bowl game tonight. South Alabama's playing Western Kentucky down in New Orleans. We've got NFL football that cranks back up on Saturday and Sunday and Monday this week. But Saturday's your big NFL day to stay locked in with Lance's lock right there. Tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Boy, it was a horrible night for the SEC last night in basketball. Alabama was fine, though it was not an easy win over one-win Jackson State, 84-64. Noah Gurley was 16. But in the SEC, Wofford beat Texas A&M, Drake beat previously unbeaten Mississippi State, and North Alabama beat Ole Miss. Now everyone turns to SEC play and conference play. Same story with UAB. Conference play is what's next. That starts Thursday at home, Bartow Arena. We encourage you to go pack the house to help this Blazer team that has a real upside this year. Let's talk to Jelly Walker, one of the more dynamic scorers in all of college basketball. He's brought to you each week by our friends at Legacy, Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. Jelly, unmute that microphone, and let's talk a little basketball here and get ready for conference play. How much do you love conference play as opposed to some of these out-of-conference games that get you ready for the season, Jelly?
First of all, I want to say how you doing, and thank you for having me. And conference play is probably the most fun time and the most hardest at the same time because these teams, we know each other so well. Even with the new transfers and stuff coming in on each teams, you play every team twice, especially this year. So we play every team twice, home and away. They've seen you play 10 to 11 games already, so they know what you do. They already know what you run. So it's difficult, but I think it's exciting.
You had a fantastic year last year, but your numbers are already improved this year. What do you do in the off season to get better?
I work on my game daily, and consistently. And that's all I can really say from it. All I do is work, and I live in the gym, and anybody who really knows me knows that that's what I do. And I do it on a daily basis. Sometimes it was to the point last year where AK was telling me towards the end of the season, like, hey, listen, you already worked out enough. Just make sure you take care of your body and just come to play. You don't really need to keep going to the gym that much.
Well, what's it like playing for a guy like Andy Kennedy? Because I'm old enough now that I covered him early in my career when he was in your shoes, and he played for a coach that occasionally would get mad at some of the shots he took. It seems like he's a fun guy to play for because he understands a shooter's mentality.
Yeah, I mean, I love playing for him. He's the greatest coach I've ever played for. And not even just when it comes to like masterminding, it's just him knowing his players and him knowing like what each and every one of his players are capable of. And he 100% like allows it. Don't get me wrong. He gets mad at some of the shots I shoot too. But I mean, who wouldn't sometimes if you watch me play sometimes, but he does understand at the same time that Jelly can make those shots. And it's just timing when I should shoot the shots. But I mean, this year he hasn't really complained about a lot of my shots, and he's been saying that I've been playing really well. I just got to keep getting better on the defensive end. But playing for him, that has been a joy, and I know that has to come to an end soon. But I mean, I'll always love that guy.
You know, we had AK on the show yesterday, and he said we were talking about you, and he said he's the best 3-point shooter in college basketball off the dribble. Because I was asking him about a game of horse. He said, look, you're the best at that. He said, but if you guys just played a straight-up game of horse, he could take you.
I don't know. He can tell y'all that to make himself feel better, but no. He can shoot. Don't get me wrong, but he can't shoot better than me, and he can't shoot as far as I can shoot.
How tough is it though to do what he's saying off the dribble, to get your footwork right, to have the power to be consistently hitting threes? You had 6 in the last game out, and it's one thing to stay there in warm-ups and drain threes or in a three-point shooting contest, but to do it off the dribble like he's talking about takes unbelievable skill. What's the key to that?
Yeah, it's difficult, but like I say, it's just how much I work on my game. Like I work on my game all the time, and I shoot so many shots all the time, and it's just repetition, and I go hard every time I work out, so it just comes to a point. It's like I've said it before, it's like when you're studying for a test, when you're in school and you're studying, and it's to the point you're studying so much that when you see the questions on the test, you already know what the answer is because you studied so much. So it's like I work on my game so much when I come in the game. Yeah, there might be people in front of me, but I've worked on this so much, it doesn't even matter if you're in front of me because I worked on it.
You originally signed at Seton Hall coming out of high school and in South Orange, New Jersey. I would assume one of the reasons that you went to Tulane to now UAB was to get away from that cold. And now it's freezing ass cold.
Yeah. It's freezing for sure. I mean, I didn't leave because of the cold. I don't really mind the cold. I'm from New York. I just put a bubble jacket on and I'm all right. But I don't really mind the cold. But I definitely did had to get away from New Jersey, though. I had to go see something different.
So have you seen a lot of white Christmases?
Yeah, absolutely. I love that on Christmas.
We don't get that a lot around here.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it's cold out here right now. It's cold. It's cold like New York out here. But I mean, I miss the snow sometimes, especially around Christmas time. That's when like, all right, it's really about to be Christmas.
I'm interested, Barstool and your relationship is very special. Do you have a favorite Barstool personality? Is there one guy you like more than the rest of them? If you had to rank the Barstool personalities, who's number one?
I mean, I like all of them. I like all of them. I mean, I've spoken a lot to Big Cat, obviously. I speak to Rico too, and Marty Mush had me on his podcast before. So, I mean, I speak to a couple of them, but I don't really know which one is the best. I think Big Cat is hilarious, though. He's funny. Like, the stuff that he does is hilarious.
So we're going to lay out our, speaking of Christmas, our top 5 Christmas movies, all of us. What's it, like, if you had one go-to Christmas film, what is it?
Oh, The Grinch. That's my favorite Christmas movie. Every Christmas, I watch The Grinch.
So the Jim Carrey, not the animated.
Yes, the Jim Carrey one. Yeah, Jim Carrey.
Do you have a little bit of Grinch in you? Like, do you like that character?
I don't think I'm like the Grinch. I mean, I feel sometimes I might be. I mean, some people might say I'm mean sometimes. I mean, I feel like everybody has that a little bit, you know what I'm saying, in them when they get angry. But I don't really feel I'm like the Grinch. But I love the Grinch show, and Jim Carrey, he's hilarious.
Well, we won't get a chance to talk to you again before Christmas. So Merry Christmas to you. Safe travels if you're going home or wherever you're going this holiday. But we'll see you Thursday night, Bartow Arena, as conference play begins. Charlotte and UAB, Jelly Walker in action. And thank you, Jelly. Thank you for sporting that Legacy T-shirt. And thanks for being with us every week. And Brown sends his regards that he took a vacation day when he was supposed to talk to you.
It's all right. Thank you for having me, and Merry Christmas to you guys as well.
Thank you, buddy. That's Jelly Walker right there, star of UAB, one of the best shooters in college basketball, brought to you every week by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. First time he's joined us live, but he'll be back on live with us throughout the rest of the basketball season. Legacy is who you can depend on, just like Andy Kennedy and the Blazers depend on Jelly Walker. They've been proving it to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. It's our friends at Legacy Credit Union. The show also being brought to you by our friends right there at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to go to school, Montevallo can be a perfect place. Just go and check them out, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu is the place you go to get more information about class sizes, really small class sizes that can help your son or daughter academically. Also, you've got the opportunity right there to play sports. If you want to continue your career, you can do it. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Those scholarships are available for you all the time right there at the University of Montevallo. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Back to National Signing Day in our next segment coming up. It was great to catch up with Jelly. But when you look at the SEC, UAB is in a good position. Alabama, they get the win last night. They get into conference play against the Mississippi State team that got beat last night. It's their first game. Tough loss for Mississippi State. They were unbeaten and nationally ranked until they lost to Drake. A&M lost to Wofford. Ole Miss lost to UNA. There had been a point getting into the season that we thought the SEC could be one of the deeper conferences in college basketball, and then last night happened. How do you react to that?
Yeah, it's tough. When I looked originally at that Drake number against Mississippi State, I thought something was a little fishy. That number was 4.5. And Mississippi State obviously didn't play well Saturday. They were lucky to escape that game. Mississippi State maybe not as good as we thought they do have a couple of pretty good out-of-conference wins, though. And defensively, the metrics say they were one of the best teams in college basketball. The other ones don't surprise me as much because I wouldn't have put them up there with Mississippi State. I mean, Texas A&M, they're 6-5 now. Ole Miss is 8-4. Mississippi State was a shocker yesterday.
Mississippi State was the shocker and takes just a little bit of the luster off that showdown coming up in Starkville next week with Alabama. But I would imagine State will play a lot better for the against the Tide coming up. Auburn in action tonight. Number 23 Auburn is at Washington, 8 o'clock. It's on the Pac-12 network if you get that tonight. If not, you can listen to Andy Burcham and the crew there. A snowstorm sweeping through Seattle. Forster has some video that Auburn put out of them doing Seattle things. They went and, of course, saw the Space Needle right there. You see the players enjoying the Space Needle, doing the gritty at the base there. They went to Pike's Place, the public market, and did the infamous catch the fish. They throw the fish and you catch that. That's how they serve them up there and unload them off the boats. That's a traditional thing. And you got to have good hands to make that catch because those things are slippery right there. So the Auburn players having a lot of fun. And then the snow came. They got a snowstorm sweeping through, and the players were able to get out and enjoy some time in the snow there in Seattle. The game is sold out for Washington. They haven't had a sellout at a Washington basketball game since 2004 when number 1 Stanford came to town. That's the respect Auburn is carrying with them to Seattle tonight. The first hard sellout, and I assume everybody will be able to make it into the arena with the snow in the area because they're more prepared for it than us. But the first hard sellout for a Washington basketball game since number 1 Stanford in 2004.
Well, remember Lorenzo Romar. He had really good teams back in the day. They were a number 1 overall seed. I forgot what year that was. This Washington team, I think they're okay. They've got a really bad loss against California Baptist. They've already started conference play. One of their 3 losses is to Gonzaga by double digits. But still, on the road, Pac-12, you saw it this past weekend against USC. USC is a better team than Washington, but this will still be a difficult game.
Chris is right. These Auburn dudes this year, they've been to Israel, L.A., and now Seattle on some road trips and built in days off around their games. Pretty good little calendar to get out and have some fun there.
Can't escape the snow right now, wherever you go, though.
Wherever you go. All right, when we come back, we'll do a complete update on National Signing Day, including Tony Mitchell's scheduled commitment down at Thompson. Is he sticking with Bama? Is he going to Auburn? Is he going to Texas A&M? Lunsford will join us in the next segment from our Signing Day desk to update us. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Simpio. Tell us about Simpio.
Yeah, one of the first calls we made here on the next round was to Blake Patterson and the guys at Simpio because we absolutely had no idea about the 4 pillars, which are compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. They take care of all of that BS in every single office. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits, At prices only large organizations get on average, Sympio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Sympio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Sympio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today for more information. 205-635-7467 or online, Sympio.com.
And also by our friends at Alabama Power, making it easier than ever for you to pay your power bill. They now offer digital wallets so you can choose to pay with any of these convenient options. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. It's easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount. alabamapower.com/myaccount. A recruiting update from John Lunsford is next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, this Christmas, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skin care, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards are a simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western Wear, open Monday through Saturday. Just look for the big red building off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. And follow Jack's Western Wear on Facebook and Twitter. Merry Christmas, y'all, from Jack's Western Wear.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
If there is one thing you know about me from listening to The Next Round, it's that I love great food. My neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. In the Greystone Shoal Creek area, former Fleming's partners, Travis Grappo and the chef Oliver Robinson, have teamed up for an incredible restaurant. They have great steaks, seafood, wonderful salads, and the best pork chop I have ever tasted. You can see more online at oakhouseeats.com. Make a reservation there or give the gift of fine dining for this Christmas. And enjoy my favorite neighborhood restaurant, Oak House. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Back with you on the next round. John Lunsford will join us momentarily to update us on what's happening in Alabaster with Tony Mitchell and what was expected momentarily to happen with Tony Mitchell and how that script may have flipped around. Some wavering maybe from Tony Mitchell, and maybe he's back in the Alabama side. We'll find out in a second. Remember, part of our recruiting coverage today being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Wayne's are the folks that give you the top recruit when it comes to yards of the month in spring and summer. They're made right now during proper shutdown of the growing season. Important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergence into the turf year-round and the root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the promo code TNR to get the first month free on the EnviroLawn service. And they handle all your needs for your lawn and, of course, pest prevention and control as well. And that includes rodents in your attic, basement, anything like that. 866-WAYNES-1. 866 Wayne's and the number 1, and use the promo code TNR to get the first month free on the EnviroLawn service that we all use up here at the next round. They're the official sponsor of the next round. They're our friends at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1. All right, National Signing Day. Portal is going crazy. Everything is moving around. We are going to use John Lunsford throughout the day to update us. One group that people are watching right now are the kids at Thompson. You cover that team, Lunsford. What's happening at Thompson right now, specifically with Tony Mitchell?
Yeah, so the big player there, obviously Peter Woods. He's already signed with Clemson. He just has his Clemson hat on and is kind of going on with it. But there's a lot of other players. Obviously, Thompson has a lot of players. Moving on to the D1 level, I'm watching the live stream right now. Vince Pitts, the AD out there, is giving his talk. You know, they got to do the whole thing for the whole crowd there. But he has an Auburn, Alabama, Texas A&M hat sitting in front of him while he's at the end of the line, basically waiting to see what happens. But everybody thought there's a chance he could flip. I don't think anybody really thought he was going to flip to Auburn, or excuse me, to Texas A&M. But people did think he was going to flip to Auburn. And then Jason Caldwell posted this about 20 minutes ago. Said apparently Mitchell will indeed sign with Alabama today. He's been committed to them for a while publicly. I've had a good relationship for him for a few years now and told him if something changed, let me know. On Monday, he sent me a message saying, I'm going to Auburn. I called him, got quotes, had a whole story prepared with him signing for Auburn, or signing with Auburn. I was supposed to meet him at 8:30 this morning to do some photos for a signing ceremony. Couldn't contact him since last night, and now he's back with Alabama. That's the story as I sit in the Bojangles off I-65 heading towards Montgomery.
Okay, so that's Jason Caldwell, who's covered Auburn for a long, long time.
Yeah.
So he had prepared quotes and all of that, and now it seems to be back Alabama's way. We'll get an official announcement from Tony a little bit later on.
I'm still indecisive. You're indecisive. When I was 17 and 18, really indecisive. And now that we've got all of this money involved, I mean, we've seen these kids flip back and forth and back and forth. And now with these different offers that are dropping, it's really interesting.
Well, it is, and I'll bring Lunsford back in here because I'd love to hear what you both think. Last year, I was doing that interview with Nick Saban back in the summer, and he said Texas A&M bought every one of their recruits, did the hand motion and everything. And Nick Saban was like, if this is the rules, if Texas A&M is going to be able to do this, he was telling all the business people, we've got to crank up the NIL, and we've got to play the game everyone else is playing. I'll start with you first, LT, and then get Lunsford's thought. Do you feel like Alabama is in the NIL recruiting world right now?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I've heard, behind the scenes that the collective is very active. But, just sitting here looking at the ESPN 300, I mean, that script A is everywhere. And as Aaron Suttles, who, is on the pulse of Alabama football for The Athletic, he said that Nick Saban, the quote was laser focused on this class.
Laser focused. Lunsford, do you feel like Alabama is playing the game that Texas A&M and others were playing last year.
Yeah, so, On3's done a good job of keeping track of, NIL evaluation for all the different players and everything. And as it stands right now, Alabama has I think the second most money spent or supposedly going to be spent on players based on the valuation of different players at about $3.5 million with the players that are committed and signed now, and that's not counting the two guys from Carver Montgomery that are going to come in, and as the biggest players in the state, they're going to have pretty good valuations. I know Peter Woods was about $250,000 valuation, so they're second because Texas is first because obviously Arch Manning is going to be worth millions to whoever he ended up going to, and he did sign with Texas this morning, but they're definitely playing the NIL game because you can tell how these players are valued and their social media accounts and everything. I think On3's done a good job kind of keeping track of that, and they've had to spend the money to get these players to come.
Well, I wanted to hear about the valuation real quick because, two positions in the NFL where you get a lot of money, offensive tackle and an edge rusher, and when you look at the flip from Caden Proctor from Iowa to Alabama and Keon Keeley, it came down to Ohio State or Alabama. What were the valuations on those guys? Do you know?
Caden Proctor was $240,000, and who was the other one you said?
Keon Keeley.
Keeley was $275,000. So that's just what they're valuing him at now. I mean, obviously, once you make it onto college, it could be a lot different. Caleb Downs is the most expensive one. The safety they had from Georgia, 5-star safety, number one guy in the country, $375,000. Was his valuation.
Put in perspective, what do you think Franco Harris topped out salary-wise with the Pittsburgh Steelers, the late Franco Harris that passed away overnight?
I think at the end of his career, he was making $1 million.
Oh, I bet he didn't.
You don't think he made $1 million his last year?
I think these kids today signing are making more than Franco Harris ever made. It's really sad.
I mean, let's say some people did $5 million in NIL money last year. There was no way Franco Harris of the Stars of the 70s sniffed $5 million. Right,
well, Arch Manning's number one at $3.5 million, and kid's still in high school, and he's been making money because it's legal to do high school NIL stuff too.
Yeah. Hey,
so who knows?
As LT's looking that up, if you're keeping an eye on recruiting today, it may be a very quiet day as far as National Signing Day is concerned for Tennessee. But remember, they've already got 15 early enrollees who are already practicing with the team for Tennessee's bowl game. Nico Amalieva, the number one quarterback. Or number two, depending on which ranking you look at behind Arch Manning's already out there throwing footballs in the Big Orange. So Tennessee is okay, though it'll be a very quiet day for the Volunteers as Heupel continues to rebuild that up there. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. They bring you the holiday cheer in many places. Remember to drink responsibly with our friends at Redmont.
Yeah, and the 25 days of Redmont cocktails continue. If you're out and about Birmingham, you'll see them all over the place. But Redmont Vodka, it's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. It's gluten-free, 8 times distilled, available at your local package, including Peak Package of the beverage place. Also, ABC stores if you're heading to a holiday party or you're looking for a great gift. Pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka.
All right. Still to come on the show, I eat a TV dinner off of the Conor O'Gara tweet. Our top movies, the whole crew here today gave us the top Christmas movies, and we'll continue to follow National Signing Day. Rockstar, if we get a commitment, can you hit the bell for me? If we need a Lunsford update, can you give me a bell?
I don't want to do it right now because I don't want to make people think that
that's right.
We had a commitment. But yes, you will. We'll have a bell
so
when there's a commitment.
Anytime throughout the show we get a bell, that'll be a Lunsford update coming up. That'll include the 11 o'clock hour where Mike White will join us in studio. We'll talk to Mike about a variety of different things, but even if news breaks in, Lunsford will be with us all day long, giving us those updates. Nichols Outfitters, keeping you safe this year. Start 2023 off by safety first. Safety securing your valuables and firearms with a safe from Nichols Outfitters. Right now at Nichols Outfitters, they're offering 25% off, huge savings, 25% off of in-stock Browning and Champion safes. That'll potentially save you hundreds of dollars right there. Safely secure your firearms, your valuables, your gold, your cash, your heirlooms. Anything that you hold in value can be safer in a Champion or Browning safe from Nichols Outfitters, and there's never been a better time. 25% off right now at Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters, we know outdoors at Nichols Outfitters right there, exit 242 in Pelham, Alabama. One coaching move that became official yesterday. Alabama defensive coordinator Charles Kelly officially introduced at Colorado yesterday by Deion Sanders and company. I know you and Suttles talked about this a little bit as well. Charles Kelly, a guy that Nick Saban enjoyed having on the staff, not one he was forcing out the door. Charles making a decision to go be with Deion.
Yeah, and Charles Kelly as a defensive coordinator, I think people were a little indifferent. But the guy can recruit, and that's what Deion's looking for right now. But he is an established guy that has years of experience as a defensive coordinator. So it seems like a really good hire on the surface for Deion.
Still to come today, commitments from James Smith and Qua Russaw down at Carver High School. 1:10, they'll make that commitment on ESPN2 a little bit later on. Damon Wilson goes today at 2:45 on ESPN2. That's a guy that everyone says Georgia really needs. It's hard to think of Georgia needing an edge rusher, but the way things have cycled out with the portal and graduation and stuff, everyone's porting that as a big need. They need that one particular player to add to that recruiting class at Georgia.
Yeah, look, I read earlier this is going to be Georgia's 7th consecutive top 3 class, and they still have an outside shot if things fall the right way of having the number 1 overall class.
Yeah, so that's another thing to watch today. And we're all watching Travis Hunter in the portal, the guy that left Jackson State, to see if he today or sometime soon picks a destination, whether he's following Deion to Colorado or someone else. Interesting day, National Signing Day. The portal is going full blast. And we'll talk next to Mike White in an hour. He'll join us in studio at 11. Final hour of the show, Todd Fuhrman at 12 noon. Justin Hokanson will be with us at 12:15. He'll be at the Auburn Complex right before Hugh Freeze meets the media. And the godfather of recruiting, Mike Farrell, will join us at 12:40 Central Time later today. That Michelson look ahead brought to you by the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, really one simple phone call, 969-8100. When you make that call, make sure you ask for Amy and tell her the guys at the Next Round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, you're wasting money each and every year on the contacts and solution. Do what I did more than 2 decades ago. Call Michelson Laser Vision. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, the best in the business. 969-8100. Again, you've got nothing to lose for that free consultation to find out if LASIK is right for you. You can also go online for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
If you know nothing else about me, you know I love great food. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. My favorite neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. It is located in the Greystone Shoal Creek area. You can see more, make a reservation, or give the gift of fine dining at oakhouseeats.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you for hour number 2 now on our jam-packed National Signing Day show. Welcome in. Connor O'Gara earlier tweeted about Graham Mertz in the portal going to Florida and compared a hungry person going to the grocery store, and instead of coming back with a steak, coming back with a hungry man meal. So Connor O'Gara tweets, and our intern Tyler quickly has run to pick this up. So this hour, I'll order Mertz off the menu.
Can I see it real quick?
Yes.
So Lance is looking at them beans.
Well, it's green beans instead of corn.
It does have the shit patty, which is the brownie.
Yes.
So here's the way they describe it. 2 Salisbury steak patties, a rich chocolate brownie, savory mashed potatoes, and cut green beans.
This is going to take me back to the trailer park. This will be like, I will want you to put Dukes of Hazzard on the TV while I eat this.
We could.
Or MASH.
Over 1,700 milligrams of sodium. It's only got 560 calories, 30 grams of fat.
Be the healthiest lunch I've eaten all week. It's heavy.
It's got some weight to it, doesn't
it? It really does.
Let's give it.
Are you excited about it?
I am. Taylor, come on in. Taylor Korn, who handles social media, and apparently today our chef. Have you ever seen one of these?
No, I know.
She needs to know
I walked by him in the grocery store.
Would you take one bite of that meat?
No.
What do you think it is? You think it's wolf, coyote, raccoon, fox? What is it?
I don't know, but it's not real.
It's not real.
Do you think you can get that to melt? Do we find a microwave and cook that up for us?
I can't.
I mean, this does seem like a bad episode of Mad Men. Can you go cook that up for us, young lady?
Tell her how you like your Salisbury steak.
I like it unfrozen. Anything that's warm. So we'll see if I can digest that coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's going to be gray all the way through anyway.
Yeah. Dr. B brings you part of this hour as well, and then we'll get a National Signing Day update from Lunsford. Tell us about Dr. B.
You know, unfortunately, the older we get, things start to fall apart. Things start to fall out. It started to happen to me a couple of years ago. Started to lose a little hair. When I started to thin, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the name everyone said. Went in, got that consultation done, started the treatment. Heck, it's almost been 8-10 months now. Had the second analysis done. My hair's already 14% thicker. Still pretty early in the treatment. Just started the second phase. Already have that significant growth. Dr. B, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally. Applying his expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Just like a wonderful life, when you hear that bell, somebody got their wings.
Oh, man.
John Lunsford's back in our signing day center with an update. What you got, Lunsford?
Yes, Jim. Tony Mitchell has officially committed to the University of Alabama. No shock there. He stayed where he's been committed all season long. Was a Tennessee commit, left when Jeremy Pruitt got fired, and committed to Alabama a year ago, and he stayed there. However, also another commit, Carmelo English, wide receiver from Central Phoenix City, 4-star guy. A lot of people thought he may go to Kentucky. A lot of people thought, because Patrick Nix is his head coach, called passes from Bo's younger brother Caleb at Central Phoenix City. He may go to Auburn, but he is committed to Michigan. So Michigan coming in, taking another big receiver like they did with Nico Collins a few years ago.
Wow. So that's a surprise to me, because I thought he was going to end up at Auburn.
Yep.
So a Michigan flip there.
So you watch a lot of Tony Mitchell. ESPN's got him 25th overall out of 300. Do you think the safety, will he be an early impact kind of guy?
I don't think so with the people they have coming in. Now, it depends what happens, with the other recruits that they're trying to bring in as well. But he's good. He was injured late in the year, so he didn't get to play a lot in the really big games. He did come back for the Super 7, but they destroyed Auburn so bad it wasn't really needed that much. But he's a good guy. He's not the best defensive back on Thompson's team. Anquan Fagans is. His older brother, Traquan, went to Alabama last year. Hadn't seen any action this year. I guess they redshirted him. But Anquan's actually the best one. He's the one Alabama needs in a couple years, but he's only a sophomore. But, he's the kind of guy that, with a little help, I think could be pretty good.
So you're telling me that the best DB on that Thompson team was a sophomore?
Yes.
Wow.
And their quarterback was an 8th grader.
Yeah, the best offensive players in 8th grader.
Yeah. That's always interesting there. Okay, more National Signing Day updates coming up as we continue throughout the day. But as always, a lot of other stuff going on in the sports world, so we'll jump into that as well. And that includes another bowl game today. MyBookie can get you in the game. The holiday season's upon us, and MyBookie is in the giving spirit with 12 straight days of giveaways, from odd boosts to casino chips to straight-up locks. MyBookie's 12 days of giveaways is a can't-miss promotion right now happening with our friends at mybookie.ag, starting December 21st and ending on January 1st. So today through the first of the year, you can bring in the new year right with giveaways that can help you fill your stocking with cash this season. Sign up at MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND on your first deposit to redeem a bonus of up to $200. Again, that's promo code NEXTROUND to claim a brand new deposit bonus designed for bettors looking to cash in and cash out quick. Experience sports in a whole new light and make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with our friends at MyBookie. That includes South Alabama in action today. They're a 4-point favorite as they play Western Kentucky, 8 o'clock tonight, ESPN down in New Orleans.
Boy, Kane Womack's done a great job with that team. And if you would have said the surprises or the most successful seasons in state this year would be Troy and South Alabama, you'd have thought something was up. Alabama obviously still had a really good season, but, the expectation is now to play for national championships. Auburn fired their coach. UAB was lucky to get to a bowl game.
Troy won the Sun Belt, won 10 games to end the year, including a bowl game. They'll finish in the top 25, and South Alabama was right there battling Troy to have a shot at the Sun Belt Championship. So that goes tonight. Yesterday, Toledo won their bowl game, their first bowl win since 2015. What's more amazing, that was Liberty's first bowl loss ever. They were 3-0, and that was their first bowl loss ever. Hugh Freeze, of course, working on Auburn's signing day class and not there coaching the game.
2-point conversion, could have tied it up with 3.5 left. They never got the ball back. And, two 2-point conversions really changed Liberty's season this year. One against Wake and one in that bowl game.
Yeah, absolutely. So Hugh Freeze, though, that's his past, leaving 4 straight bowl trips for Liberty. He's now trying to rebuild Auburn. All right. On this day that we've got National Signing Day going on and a lot more, we also have 4 Downs, and LT has that for us every day, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. And then after we do 4 Downs, we'll have the conversation about tampering. Mac Brown and Pat Narduzzi very upfront, and they were throwing out a $5 million dollar figure. We'll talk about that coming up a little bit here on the next round. But first, it's our 4 Down segment brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, this holiday season, a lot of people are going to be traveling this weekend. Make sure you take the car in, get a look at everything, bumper to bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who wins a world championship first, the New York Jets or the New York Knicks?
Jets or Knicks? Boy, the Knicks,
You're still a Knicks fan,
my
aren't you?
NBA basketball team, and we got a stake bet. I think by 2040 they win a championship. All of a sudden, they're playing good basketball this year. I mean, they got off to a horrible start.
Completely dominated Golden State. They've won 8 consecutive games right now. Julius Randle, I wish the Lakers never would have given this guy up. Jalen Brunson. It's a good Knicks team, and you just imagine if they would have gotten Donovan Mitchell in the offseason.
Would have been fantastic. I still will go Jets because there's no sport in America that is designed better for competitive balance top to bottom, which is why you see so much churning and turnover in the playoffs year in and year out. Super Bowl champions going to miss the playoffs this year. So I think at some point the Jets have a better chance of rising up, winning a world championship before the Knicks can make it happen in the NBA.
I'm going to take the Knicks just because, in basketball, it takes one great, one really good. You can win a championship that way. So if things fall right for the Knicks, I think it could be the Knicks.
Second down.
Bigger fall over the last 3 years. Would you go Tom Herman or JT Daniels?
Well, very quietly, and everything you do at Florida Atlantic is very quietly. Tom Herman is going to sign the best recruiting class in Florida Atlantic history today. Now, that's not saying a lot.
I don't know how deep that goes.
But he was an offensive coordinator at Ohio State, wins the national championship, gets the Texas job, falls on his face, was on CBS Sports Network. Not even a good broadcasting job. He was on CBS Sports Network, rumored to be the next OC in Tuscaloosa, but takes the Florida Atlantic job. But JT Daniels, from USC to Georgia to West Virginia to Rice, dude, I'm going to say it's JT Daniels. You're not starting quarterback at USC and Georgia and end your career at Rice.
Oh, and the West Virginia thing wasn't good. It was just an average situation. And JT Daniels was 3-0 as Georgia starter just 2 years ago when they won a national championship.
Yeah.
If he just doesn't get hurt, I don't know if we ever see Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, or if Georgia ever wins a championship. I don't know if they win it with JT. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, Stetson made some big plays there in that fourth quarter. I'm going to go JT Daniels. I feel like every coach ends up getting fired for the most part, unless you're one of the greatest of all time. So I'm going to go JT Daniels with the biggest fall.
Third down.
Okay, these are going to get difficult. Kiefer Sutherland, 56 years old today. Better career, Kiefer Sutherland or Mike Ditka?
Kiefer.
I mean, has there ever been a Kiefer Sutherland long-running Saturday Night Live skit? Ditka drove the bus a lot on Saturday Night Live.
He did. He won a Super Bowl, but Kiefer's won a Golden Globe and I think an Emmy or two.
Be in all those cheesy 80s movies and still be a prominent. Well, I don't know I haven't seen anything theatrical with him lately, but
I just don't think he cares. I think he's got so much cash
and
now.
he's also a musician.
24, right?
24, Jack Bauer.
Television sort of changed some of the way television was done.
Lost Boys, Young Guns.
Stand By Me.
Yeah, he was a big 80s actor, no doubt.
Flatliners.
But isn't Ditka a Hall of Famer as a player too?
Carson over the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says Dick is a Hall of Fame coach, player, and one of the top 10 at his position ever. I don't know if he's still a top 10 at tight end.
Well, he sort of played tight end back then the way they play it now. You know what I mean? He was an offensive threat. and not all of them were as big a threat offensively as him, which is why I think he took that position and went to the Hall of Fame with it. I'm going to ride Ditka on this.
Okay, I'm going to go Kiefer Sutherland.
I'm going to go Kiefer Sutherland as well.
Yeah.
4th down.
Lunsford disagrees. Lunsford, are you going Ditka?
Yes, easily Ditka.
Okay, this one gets tricky, especially where we are. Samuel L. Jackson, 74 years old today. Carries himself extremely well for a 74-year-old.
But hasn't he looked 74 for the last 20 years?
Yes. Yeah, but he's still got that cool factor.
Oh, absolutely.
So he's 74 today. Better career, Samuel L. Jackson or Joe Namath?
Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, if you look into Joe Namath's stats, and stats are not everything. Now, Joe Namath was an icon.
No, he was.
He did movies. He was, owned
clubs, did commercials,
TV shows. Even while he was playing, he was the host of a TV show. Joe Namath probably was more successful off the field than on the field. But even I will say Samuel L. Jackson on this one.
I mean, Samuel L. Jackson, I
He's
think
one of the
there's
most profitable actors of all time. Could be in Star Wars, being in all the Avengers movies,
Jurassic Park.
They've been in all those franchise movies. He's a multi-billion earning actor.
And I think Samuel L., I think it's been said he's been in the most movies of any actor ever.
Oh, I think it was like last time I saw it was like 73, between 73 and 75 films.
What do you think about those snakes on the plane?
He didn't really like them. It's called the Mother Effers.
Yeah, his snakes on the plane was Joe Namath in the Rams uniform, right?
No, he does a lot of bad movies. A lot. Jumper, where he had dyed platinum hair with Hayden Christensen.
Dave Douglas with a big pull there, Hard 8. You guys ever seen that?
Did not. The Cleaner.
Hard 8 was good. Paul Thomas Anderson before Boogie Nights.
But didn't he have a role in Django as well?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it seems like
he was evil in Django.
He was a bit of a traitor. And then,
people did not like that.
Yeah. The Namath stats, they don't, even for back then, though, he said stats from Namath era cannot be compared to today. I'm not doing that. You just go back to the Namath stats compared to his era, and it did not match up.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Namath played, if he never would have gotten hurt, it's no telling.
Right.
And somebody asked, does Namath have more women than anyone? Well, Wilt Chamberlain.
Chamberlain, my God. Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, but I mean, Wilt Chamberlain has a number he says.
Yeah.
Namath doesn't talk about his. I mean,
it'd be in the thousands.
Oh, more than thousands.
No, but I mean, the 10,000 was debunked because you had to have sex basically every day for your life. Right?
Sheen said 5,000.
Yeah.
Well, Sheen was doubling up.
Tripling up.
That's like, how many burgers have you had in your life? Well, I've had some double cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
I've even had some triple cheeseburgers.
Well, I mean, Namath was in the Free Love 60s, and he was the talk of New York. Could have been different every night. He wasn't ordering off the dollar menu. I promise you that.
No.
He wasn't a hungry man.
He wasn't eating a hungry man at all. All right, that is 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, this holiday season, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
A couple of other recruiting notes for you on this National Signing Day. This one out of the portal. Yesterday, Devin Leary from NC State to Kentucky. Kentucky also got Ray Davis, Vanderbilt's 1,000-yard rusher from Vandy, a 1,000-yard rusher, to go to a better offensive line with probably a better quarterback situation. Tough loss for Clark Lee in the portal there, but to get Leary and Davis on the same day out of the portal sort of eases whatever happens today for Mark Stoops.
And ultimately that could, I loved Chris Rodriguez. I thought he was, really, really tough bag, but he wasn't there for the full season for multiple reasons. You wonder if they end up getting a better combo here.
And Oregon gets a flip today or yesterday from 4-star quarterback Austin Novosad. That opened the door when Oregon got their 5-star flipped down to, I believe it was USC or UCLA. It was UCLA that got their quarterback commitment. So a big get there for Dan Lanning and the Oregon Ducks there on that big flip yesterday for them. Big storylines today that you're watching. Can Alabama hold on to number 1? That probably will be decided at 110 if the 2 5-star defensive players from Carver locks into Alabama. That'll lock up the National Signing Day National Championship today for Alabama. Despite what happened on the field with Miami this year, Mario Cristobal is once again bringing in a good recruiting class. You are not a huge fan of Cristobal, But if you keep stacking Jimmys and Joes up down in Miami, they will win football games.
Yeah, but that was a top 10 team, was it not, coming into this season? They had talent this year, not necessarily, elite talent to rival teams that are in the college football playoff right now. But, boy, they more than underachieved. We gave grades throughout the SEC for head coaches. Cristobal would have got an F.
Yeah, absolutely, for what happened on the field this year. And losing what was a really good quarterback, Tyler Van Dyke. I don't know which quarterback fell off more in the ACC, Van Dyke at Miami or Brennan Armstrong at Virginia, and both of them went through coaching changes.
Yeah, but Miami, we've talked about that collective. We've heard about the collective, and they're spending a lot of money.
Speaking of quarterbacks, several of you in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, what do you guys think about Paul Tyson signing with Clemson? Paul Tyson, Bama quarterback, Arizona State, coaching change there. He's now going with Dabo Swinney to Clemson. Up there, I mean, he's going to be basically in the same role he was in Tuscaloosa, most likely, barring injury. Is this Klubnik's job? They have another big recruit coming in this year, and then Paul Tyson probably is playing the role as a backup or a third stringer.
Yeah, pure speculation here. I'm starting to think that Paul Tyson coming back closer to home probably wants to get into coaching.
And Dabo's a friendly place to do that, right?
Yep,
a familiar face, yeah.
And so I could see him, hey, I'm going to come in here, I'm going to play one more year, and then I'm going to become a GA.
All right, so the big stories in recruiting so far today, Tony Mitchell does not flip to A&M or Auburn. He sticks with Alabama today. Caden Proctor, one of the nation's best offensive linemen, last night flipped from Iowa to Alabama, and things are going pretty good for Nick Saban and the Crimson Tide on this National Signing Day. Don't forget Bud Light Game Night tomorrow night, 5 to 7. We're at the Steel Gastro Pub. Thanks to Adams Beverage and Bud Light for the wonderful 20 nights on Thursday nights. We're looking forward to that one tomorrow night.
I meant to say programming note on the fly. We are not going to be there tomorrow night.
There we go.
No, so, we're still going to be out there. It's just not tomorrow night. We wanted to wait till the staff is full.
Okay.
Have a conversation with everybody tomorrow. I meant to tell you that this morning. A little chaotic this morning with everything
absolutely.
going on.
With National Signing Day. Hit the bell, Rockstar.
Yeah. So that's on me, everybody.
We will not be there tomorrow night, but we are going to go.
Yeah, we'll be there in January.
The 20th one will be in January at the Steel Gastro Pub. So do not be there tomorrow night. And that does ease the workload for Forrester and Lunsford, who are going to have to pull a Brown and set all that stuff up, because I have been little help at all, if any at all, this week.
So they're both excited about this. But well, you guys have put it together. I mean, we've made it work. We've done multiple shows.
This week without Brown?
I mean, I'm saying we did the Next Round Cocktail Hour on Monday. We did Bama and Bourbon yesterday.
Yeah, and I have killed it all week long, haven't I, Forrester? I mean, how much help have I been, Forrester?
He's been calling you the home run man.
I don't know what I would do without you, Jim.
I will tell you this, though. Bama and Bourbon came out hours earlier than it typically does. Was that you, Forrester?
Why is that, Scott?
I don't know. I've done the last month or so of them.
No, but why did it come out earlier than usual, Scott? Go ahead. Throw me under the bus.
Well, a certain Next Round host threw it out during the show yesterday that it would be available last night. So,
okay.
So it was available last night.
I didn't know.
Damn it, Brown, don't open your mouth, Brown. Let's sit there all quiet.
I didn't know that we had certain scheduled release times for everything, and I jumped the gun.
Hey, a little tease here. In 1 hour, passive aggressive is a major theme in Trash on the Table.
All right. In that hour. In that hour, we'll also talk to Mike White, who has the capabilities to either kill me or keep me from killing LT. In that whole hour, Mike White will be in studio with us. All that still to come on the show, including a Hungry Man lunch for me, thanks to Connor O'Gara. That is coming up here this hour. The show being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. If you're looking for that gift, listen, don't worry about shipping or anything. Just go to 7 locations of the Pants Store and get the perfect gift for the Alabama, Auburn, or UAB fan in your life. 7 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. You may have them memorized by now. Remember this website, pantstore.com, pantstore.com. Follow them on social media at the Pants Store. You see updated new gear they get year-round right there. Game day hats, your Yeti accessories, your sunglasses, all your game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. Anything you get from the Pants Store will make everyone smile on Christmas morning. Go by Pants Store right now. 7 locations and online at pantstore.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's. The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today, in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
I used to really like Connor O'Gara. I'll tell you why I don't like him in just a second. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Taylor Corn, our social media director. You'll know why she's in here momentarily as well. And we'll talk about what Mac Brown said. that has a lot of people coming back at Mac Brown, but also questioning where we are. There's a debate about what is ethical and not ethical right now in the recruiting world. So we will talk about that in a second. But first, let me tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the world. And Greg wants to help out the military veteran out there, also the service person that is still active or a reservist right now. He's got special deals for you, and also that includes some free services on your roof, like pipe jack boots and flashing and gutters. He just wants to say thank you for your service and for continuing to keep things free in America. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Same number to call for an absolutely free inspection on your roof for anyone. You don't have to be a military personnel to do that. Or you can look him up on Facebook. It is Greg from Pell City, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Or just call Greg up and say thank you for him being a great human being and helping out the company. Not just our company, but many companies around the area. 205-542-3531 or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Taylor is right here giving us a live look of what is happening here. This is awful. So what I'm about to eat for lunch, proper sponsorship to our friends at Hungry Man.
I mean, I wonder what first of all, I went to the bathroom and break. And when I was walking back, I could smell it on my kids all the way back at the bathroom. So everybody is getting treated up here at the Blue Lake building with this aroma of whatever it is. But what is it's not gravy, is it?
Right here?
And whatever your meat's basting in.
I don't know what it is.
Thick. That's viscous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like syrup.
Yeah, I would say animal fat if I had to guess. That's what that is. But the reason we're about to digest this, or I am, in what may be the biggest eating challenge I've ever done.
I can tell your mouth's watering, though. Does this bring back...
It does. It takes me back to my childhood, man. I mean, if you start playing that MASH theme song right now, I used to watch MASH.
You get one meal today, James.
Lula Gale would make this for me. This is a meat and three where I grew up with a little bonus dessert right there.
Oh, how hard is that thing? You're going to break a tooth. Those green beans, by the way... That's got to be food coloring. Those are astronaut green beans.
Yeah, those two helped get men to the moon back in the day. But show us the tweet, Connor O'Gara. Graham Mertz ended his portal time by going to Florida. And Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South, friend of the show. Graham Mertz to Florida feels like when you go to the grocery store having not eaten anything all day. And instead of coming back with a giant steak, you panic and you get a Hungry Man frozen dinner. So Tyler, the intern, quickly went Hungry Man frozen dinner, and we have cooked this thing up. I don't have a...
How long did you mic it for?
12 minutes.
How long?
10
10
minutes.
minutes?
Wow.
Well,
I didn't even know things microwave that long anymore.
By the way,
took the brownie out after 5.
Kelsey, if you're watching in the lobby, Kelsey, I may need a knife if we've got one anywhere.
Oh, that doesn't cut like butter?
It's like cutting a tire.
Just rip it with your hands.
Just rip it with my
hands?
hands?
Better steak at Petro.
It looks like jelly on the mashed potatoes.
By the way,
I'm telling you, you're gonna get your clothes stained. That shit won't come out. I guarantee a Lady Bird would turn her nose up at that. How is it? Delicious?
Chewy.
Okay, that's one way to describe it.
Man, it's leaving a stain on that fork.
Yeah. Do you guys get him a diaper with this?
It does not taste like meat at all.
Really?
Yeah. Taylor says it's not meat.
Oh, you're getting a knife now.
I really can't remember. I really can't remember.
Potatoes aren't bad. Green beans are plastic.
Yeah, I told you those aren't real. I'm interested in the brownie. Are you saving it?
That is dessert, man.
Okay.
You don't ruin your meal.
I got to have something to get the taste out. All right, I'll woof this live in the upcoming commercial break.
Yeah, I'll keep talking. You're fine. You
I can't woof it that fast, LT. Thank you for the live look. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good job on cooking that up. I know that was hard work. Yeah. You are an artist.
Ooh.
Culinary delight there.
Tasted a lot better when you were a kid in the 70s.
You think so?
It did.
Yeah.
Chances this has been on the shelf since the 70s.
That's probably an expiration date.
I honestly didn't know they still made them. I really didn't.
Thank you, Connor. I'm going to finish it. And I think I'm doing it and not wiping off anything, am I?
Well, I'm the one that owes you steaks. If anything, you could have got me to do it.
Yeah.
Whereas I wouldn't have.
But back to that debate about, trying to lure away Drake May from North Carolina right after LT tells us about our friends right there at Bromberg's, bringing you a wonderful Christmas every year. I saw people last night posting pictures outside of Bromberg's with their babies, wanting to continue a family tradition of posing with the Bromberg's tree outside of the Bromberg's.
It is. So it would be the equivalent of the tree in, where is it in New York? Is it Times Square?
Rockefeller Center?
Yeah, Rockefeller Center. That's what you've got in Mountain Brook Village when you go to the original Bromberg's. Just an awesome tree. And as you said, I mean, a lot of families are getting their pictures taken. If you get an opportunity to drive by it, but not only that, Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialists. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. They have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. You can stop by one of the two locations, Mountain Brook, where the tree is, or the Summit Shopping Centers. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, so Drake May, I mean, it was pretty much all football season. There had been a buzz out there that Drake May was going to end up at Alabama. I mean, that had been a buzz on every message board. It was a conversation, so much so that we had the conversation going up here almost like you could almost count on it.
Okay, I didn't believe it because of the ties to the North Carolina program.
With the family ties.
Dad, brother, yeah.
But
and he had his opportunity to go to Alabama early.
So Pat Narduzzi says yesterday, and he's just echoing on an interview in Pittsburgh, what Mac Brown had already said, that programs were coming and offering Drake May money. Pat Narduzzi put a dollar figure to it.
Okay.
He says Drake May. Go ahead. You have a guess?
I would say that Drake May, based on what we saw, again, it wasn't a good landing. Based on what we saw, Drake May is worth every bit of $5 million.
Pat Narduzzi said 2 different schools offered him $5 million of NIL money to transfer out of North Carolina and come be their quarterback. Now, Mac Brown was asked about Narduzzi's statements, and he wouldn't get into exact dollar figures, but he did say that there's no way anybody's going to say names, but they are who you think they are. You can just look at the top of the recruiting cycle every year, and they're the same names up there. Those are the ones who are trying to come and take Drake May away. So he didn't say Alabama or Georgia or Miami or Texas or blah, 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 or any of the top recruiting schools. But that's who Mac Brown, he was sort of indicting all of them by not naming who the 2 allegedly were. And he says, don't ask Drake May because he won't tell you either, or he doesn't know that this is done at the agent level, agent to agent. And Drake may not know exactly who was offering what. What do you make of all of that?
Well, I mean, I believe it. I do. I think a quarterback like that is a game changer. I think a guy like Drake May with the right surrounding parts. I mean, again, we go back to early November. Drake May had North Carolina with their one loss in a position, if they would have won out, beaten Clemson, I think they probably get in over Ohio State. I could be completely wrong here, but I think a one-loss ACC champion that would have beaten Clemson, at least they had a great argument to get in. And it would have been all about Drake May. I mean, he's that good of a quarterback. He was an upgrade from Sam Howell, who we thought was, one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen in North Carolina history. So I think Drake May, based on what guys are getting, guys that are signing today for $250,000, he's worth $5 million.
So here's the flip side. This is where those 2 coaches started to get clapped back on, okay? Pat Narduzzi was under contract at Michigan State as an assistant coach, defensive coordinator, when he left to go to Pittsburgh.
Yep.
That's not so bad. You're becoming a head coach from a D.C. But Mac Brown in 1997 still had time left on his contract as the head coach at North Carolina. And he left North Carolina to become the head coach at Texas. He left for more money. Now, do we assume that Mac just went looking for that job at Texas? Or do you think there were some folks at Texas who talked to his agent and they started working out much like it was trying to happen with Drake Bay? That's the kind of response Narduzzi and Mac Brown were getting yesterday on social media.
I mean, I kind of think it's fair now. I mean, it's unfortunate for these programs that you get these guys in, and in some cases you develop these guys. But, I was listening to somebody this morning. They were talking about Khalil Mack would never finish at Buffalo. Ben Roethlisberger would never finish at Miami of Ohio. It's where we are today, and it's much like great coaches. When you find a great coach of a mid-major out there, they're going to get opportunities elsewhere, and they're going to go. So it's very hypocritical for guys like Narduzzi and Mac Brown to call these schools out.
Tommy says this Drake May money is like a fishing story, that it's not real.
Again, I heard and from pretty good sources that Jordan Addison got $4 million as a receiver last year from USC.
Chris wants to say, why do they even bring it up if they're not going to name names? Jeff Traylor sort of did the same thing this week. He didn't name any names, but he was tired of people trying to come poach his players at UTSA. And I heard him this morning with Danny and Dusty on Sirius XM radio on my drive in. Jeff Traylor was on there, and he says he's in favor of them getting an NFL-like system in college athletics, to where if you're coming to take one of my players, you got to give me one of your players. Now, that from a sitting head coach in college.
A couple of things on that. Can you imagine that, let's use Iowa, for example, and you grew up and you're from Iowa and you're a pretty good player and you're going to be a 4-year, maybe even a 5-year guy, and you love that university. Well, we'll give you this guy that's going to be a solid starter for 2 years, probably never going to play in the NFL. I mean, if I'm that guy, I'm not going.
Yeah, I'm not going to go play in UTSA if I would prefer to ride the bench at Alabama.
I mean, it's one thing in the NFL, you're handcuffed. I don't think we're going to get to that level, but who knows? I never thought we were going to be at this level where, it's one thing we were talking about stipends and giving a small allowance and maybe a percentage of merchandise sales and things like that. And it's gotten to the point now where people are talking about giving quarterbacks $5 million to transfer. I never thought we'd get to that point.
Casey, one of our buddies over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, says, back to the food I'm eating, the Hungry Man, Salisbury steak. He says, I couldn't even smell that, let alone eat that.
Oh, I can smell it, Casey. Can you guys smell it in there?
Oh, yes. It's not as bad as we've had some stuff in here before that just kind of lingers.
Right. Well, that comes from a room where you guys occasionally pass gas in there. We have a no gas passing policy in studio, but you guys do not adhere to that policy
well, sometimes
back there.
You have a stressful day, don't we? You got to let your stress out somehow, some way.
So for you guys to notice the smell, it must be that bad. I can't smell it anymore. I've lost my sense of smell.
I can smell it.
That's not a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like you're struggling a little bit.
This is going to shock you. The meat is the worst part.
You're almost done with it.
Yeah, I'll finish it in the commercial break here.
Will you do the old gravy at the end?
Lunsford said, no, I will not drink the gravy. That's not part of it. Lunsford says, it smells good to me. I'd eat the hell out of that.
Seriously?
We should have bought 2. I would have loved a buddy. Yeah. Would have been good doing this. Okay, I'll finish it off in the commercial break, and we'll come back, and we'll get another update from back in the back row. Lunsford will tell us everything that has happened today, the big things, and new things that have happened since we last checked in with him. The show is being brought to you in part by our friends right there with Gutter Cap. Sorry, got a little burp there. Gutter Cap will protect you. There would be, of all the stuff I've eaten on the show.
We're going to cap your ass.
If all the stuff I've eaten on the show.
Like your body's shutting down.
If this is the one that gets me, of all the stuff I've eaten on the show, the closest I've come to throwing up on the show is Cadbury eggs.
Do you want us to get some white bread to sop the gravy up?
No, that's what I did when I was a kid, but I do not want to do that. I want to finish this now. You tell us about our friends at Gutter Cap. We'll go to commercial break, and I'll finish this thing up quickly and get it out of here.
It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, Gutter Cap is the answer right now. End of the year 2022 special from our good friend Chris Stewart. For all the Next Round viewers and listeners, call 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Snap it, don't cap it, or cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
In the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Heath says, get up on those mashed potato flakes, yo. Churched up potato flakes are solid. Great prepper stock.
Oh, looks like grits.
That's for the doomsday preppers there. Got to have those.
You knocked that out in break.
Yeah, we had the live camera working. I had to finish it off. I did not want it to bother Mike White's time in studio. The great Mike White will be with us in the next hour. He's in the the green room waiting to join us, talking to the staff out there. Lunsford on the recruiting desk in a second. But first, Rockstar, let's do our Baumhauer Spotlight today, Sneaky Good Games.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
This weekend's sneaky good game.
And Bob Baumhauer wants to remind you, holidays are here. Baumhauer's kicking off the season in style. If you're planning a holiday party, they've got you covered with delicious, legendary party-ready tray selections from the always fresh buttermilk fried chicken tenders to homemade Nana's chicken salad, and, of course, their world-famous buffalo chicken wings. Gift cards also available if you need that stocking stuffer for the holidays. Baumhauer's Victory Grill, they've got you covered right now with their popular gift cards. Now through December 24th, you'll receive a $5 bonus card with every $25 purchase. It's all going on at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Sneaky good game. I'm going to go one in the NFL on Saturday. You remember Saturday is your big day for the NFL this week. Sneaky good game to me is the Commanders and the 49ers. The Commanders got screwed with some no calls late in that game against the Giants. Giants fans will tell you they got helped out early when there were no calls against them. But that defensive line is really good. I want to see what the Commanders' defensive line can do. A couple former Alabama stars there can do with that 49er offense. I think the Commanders upset the 49ers this weekend in San Francisco. Sneaky good game for me in the National Football League.
You know, I don't know if this is a sneaky good game or not, but Christmas Day kicking off at noon, Green Bay at Miami. Green Bay's won back-to-backs. They've still got that 12% chance to make the postseason. A lot of things have got to happen, but Miami is starting to go the opposite way. They're 5-1 at home this year, but they're only 3.5-point favorites. And Aaron Rodgers, he was on McAfee's show yesterday. He said they're playing with a ton of confidence. He likes where this team is. This could be a really interesting game and a devastating loss for the Miami Dolphins.
And one more sneaky good game for me, Armed Forces Bowl happening, I think that's Friday, the 22nd. Tomorrow, or is that tomorrow? That's tomorrow. So Thursday, the 22nd. Baylor and Air Force. That, to me, some clashing styles, a lot of defense. That'll be a sneaky good game, 6:30 on ESPN. Tomorrow night. Sneaky good games brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, and again, if you need that stocking stuffer for the holidays, Baumhauer's Victory Grill, they've got you covered with their popular gift cards. Now through December 24th, you can receive a $5 bonus card with every $25 gift purchase. Stop in for lunch or dinner. Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
I don't know if you heard my phone buzzing while I was eating the Hungry Man there. That was my friends at Way to Wellness asking me what the hell I was doing. What are you doing? It's not part of the plan.
I'm a man. And I was hungry. Any other questions?
We'll get back on it Monday. How about that? We'll start the plan Monday after Christmas break there with our friends at Way to Wellness. If you want to lose weight, get in shape, correct that cholesterol, your blood pressure, you can do it all very easily with our friends at Way to Wellness. The website is a planforme.com. Leslie and her board-certified team has that website set up for you so you can find out everything you need to know about their program. Planforme.com. Just type that in, planforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and a consultation is free. It's our friends at Way to Wellness, our journey to healthy living. All right, let's go back row. John Lunsford joins us now on remote from way back in the back row. You know what's serious? It's like Span and his suspenders when he's got a new hat on. He's got the hat on. What can you tell us, Lunsford?
So what I can tell you is literally nothing has happened since our last recruiting update. Basically waiting on this afternoon, the last few notable players for Alabama will commit. Tony Mitchell is really the only one that was in danger of flipping early on. The biggest one is the duo out of Carver Montgomery. They're going to sign at 1 p.m. today, so that'll be just as we go off. But everybody thinks they're going to go Alabama, but Auburn's still hanging on for a chance as well. Speaking of Auburn, Bo Hughley, 4-star offensive tackle, was committed to Georgia, thought maybe he could flip to Auburn. According to On3, they had him at about 45% chance to flip. Did not flip, ended up signing with Georgia, so he will end up heading there. He is from Georgia. He's from Fairburn, Georgia, to begin with. And then Cormani McClain, the number one cornerback. I think he's number 3 overall in the country. 5-star guy. He's committed to Miami. A lot of people thought he might flip to Florida. Maybe a chance he flipped to Alabama, but he has announced he will not commit today. He will wait. His mom announced that. He didn't say anything because Deion Sanders is called, so they're kind of waiting to see what's going to happen with that between Miami, Florida, Alabama, and Colorado now.
The Tony Mitchell thing, if people are wondering, Alabama does have his paperwork. Tony Mitchell has sent that in, so there's not going to be any of that drama that happens on signing day. What about Keeley and Proctor, the two big flips the last few days for Alabama. That paperwork in for those guys as well?
Yeah, paperwork's in for pretty much everybody. The only people they're waiting on are the duo from Carver Montgomery, and now that Tony Mitchell's in, pretty much everybody's committed has signed now with Alabama.
All right, so I got them at 21 signed letter of intents in there. Alabama will go past the number of 25 if they get the Carver kids today, and they'll do some roster managing on the other side of this. That update from the back row brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Lunsford back there. He'll keep us updated even next hour when Mike White joins us in studio. Our friends at Johnson RV want to remind you that during this holiday season, the last few days of the month here, if you want to get a great value on a wonderful way to see America next year in 2023, just go by Johnson RV. Up to $36,000 off on the remaining 2022 models. Their closeout sale continues. Johnson RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, or you can always visit them online from the comfort of your home this holiday season. JohnsonRVCenter.com, JohnsonRVCenter.com. The model year closeout, you get the best deals right now on the 2022s. Our Johnson RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. All right, Mike White in our next segment. He'll join us for an hour. A couple of other things that happened overnight. The Phoenix Suns sell for $4 billion. $4 billion. Now, that blew me away until I saw a little bit of the Lakers, a minor ownership, minority ownership slither of the Lakers sold for $5 billion recently. But the whole Suns organization goes for the majority part goes for $4 billion to a mortgage guy, Yeshiba, out of Michigan.
Well, this shows you the 1% of the 1%ers, although inflation and the economy's not great right now, it doesn't matter. The Suns were purchased for $400 million. Now you turn around and sell them for $4 billion. That's pretty good ROI.
It really is. And then there's the video from Argentina. And we probably should have been showing you this early in the show. It is the most amazing video I have ever seen. Forrester has it for you here, some of the social media. Look at this, LT.
I've seen it. I wasn't sure how this was going to end.
4 million people, different aerials here and everything. Look at all the people. I mean, that's more traffic than you get on a rush hour there in Buenos Aires in Argentina. I hope I got the city right there.
Buenos Aires.
Yes. It was a national holiday celebrating the World Cup. 4 million people estimated on the streets at one time. It got to be so bad, people were jumping off overpasses. Right here, watch this. Now, we don't know the outcome of the person who misses the bus here. We don't know his health situation, so don't make fun of it. But one person jumps onto the bus. That's the team on that bus there. There goes that guy successfully on it. His buddy, a little late, down onto the ground. And then you've got 4 million people following him. Right over the top of him there. We do not know his conditions there, but that's
not good.
Social media reports there. After those incidents, every overpass they were going under, people were jumping onto the bus that they pulled the players out via helicopter, and they finished the rest of the parade in a helicopter flying over the 4 million people. You think they love soccer there?
Yeah, just a little bit. You said don't laugh about the guy. The guy made a bad decision there.
Bad decision. It just means more. That's right. We say it in the SEC. They proved it yesterday in Argentina. Chris says, I don't know if it hurt him or not, LT. Hashtag tequila.
Oh.
We'll talk to Mike White about some dangerous situations and a lot of fun stuff. If you've ever heard Mike on our show over the years, you know it's always interesting. He'll spend the next hour with us. He'll be in with Trash with us, and we'll continue to update you on any National Recruiting Day news that breaks. All that's coming up on the show that's being brought to you today by our friends at Odie's, LT.
Rockstar tonight is...
What is trivia there, Lance?
It is Odie's Team Trivia. A lot of people have got friends and family in town for the holidays. Bring them out. We'll start about 8 o'clock. Get there a little early. Enjoy some of the great food from Rodney Davis. He's been cooking it up for more than 3 decades. Ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. But come see me, Rocky Wilhaver. It's always a ton of fun. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Milkman256 on Twitter at Next Round Live. Taylor handling all that for you out in our social media command center. There is no limit on how many you can sign. Just have to get under the 85 scholarships, and that's how you manage the roster, as I was talking about. Alabama will go over that old school 25 limit today if they get everybody that has already sent in paperwork, 21, that they expect to get committed, that they have hard commitments. It is National Signing Day. Lunsford will keep us updated on that throughout the day. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, now Mike White in studio. We'll get to Mike here after I tell you our friends at Champy's Chicken bring you this hour every day. Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Sterling and his crew down in Alabaster, Highway 119. It is fantastic food. Open for lunch right now. Dinner, great for parties, tailgating, anything you need right there. It is Sterling and Champy's world-famous fried chicken, including those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Champy'sChicken.com.
You know, I used to be the Dos Equis most interesting man in the world, but I will say, since we've known you for about 20 years, you are that guy locally. I don't think there's any doubt. And it's hard to, bring you on and introduce you. You got so many titles. We'll start first, Navy SEAL. Thank you for your service. Some incredible stories there that we will get to. Former bodyguard of some big-time personalities like Bill Gates and Bruce Springsteen. You played for Bear Bryant.
Yeah.
I mean, you've done a lot of stuff.
And I'm a regular guest now of the Next Round. And,
but have you ever had a Salisbury steak from Hungry Man?
Hey,
2 of them.
Nothing says it's Thanksgiving and I have burned every bridge with my family like a Hungry Man entree. Right?
Yeah, that might be me Christmas this year, Mike. So we'll see how it goes. But
and I apologize for any smell you from over in this direction today.
Okay.
It's going to linger for a while. So you saw the video, Argentina celebrating the World Cup, and the dummy that jumped off the bridge a little late. You got to time that right, and goes off the back of the bus. You have a similar story when you were protecting the legendary Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, this may be the first, maybe second time I've told this story and actually come clean. I perpetuated a myth for a while, and I'll tell you why. We were doing the first show that ever done at Fenway Park. 2003, Bruce was doing a show in Fenway Park, and Fenway Park's really small. I don't know how many
right.
You think it's huge because it's real popular, but we probably got about 40,000 people for a concert in the show. There are probably about 50,000 people outside of the show, and that's no exaggeration. It was just because you could hear it from inside, so everybody's outside in the city. So as soon as the show's over, we get out, and Bruce was not a limo guy, he's a van guy. So we get in the van and just whatever van we happen to rent. So he liked to sit in the front seat, and I would sit right behind him in the little bench seat in the back. And he liked to do this thing he called poping. He would stand on his balcony and wave at people like the Pope, or he would ride down the road and hang out of a window or whatever and wave at people. So he decides he wants to do a little poping, after the Fenway Park concert.
What year did you say this was?
2003.
Okay.
It's been a while. And so he's sitting on the edge of the seat. And there's, I'm not kidding you, 50,000 people just swarm. It's like the last helicopter out of Saigon. They're just swarming this van. And we're trying to make our way through this. And I'm kind of feeling all these people banging on the van and grabbing him. And I got him up underneath the seat. I'm grabbing him by the belt. And then I got the van we happened to rent was not the sliding door kind, but the kind that kind of goes out.
Oh, no.
So I'm riding down the road. We're going about 10 miles an hour trying to get through this crowd. And I opened this door initially just so I thought, well, if he gets ripped out of this thing, I got to jump out and take care of my principal. Well, I opened up the door and kind of clobbered a couple people.
Yeah.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, at that point.
So they're kind of laid, they're kind of, we're just kind of going down the road. And I'm thinking, well, damn, this is working pretty good. So I start kind of, it's kind of like you're giving a forearm, in football. And so I was but it was a car door at 10, 15 miles an hour. So boom, boom, we hit a few people. And ultimately we get through the crowd. Well, we get back to the FBO, the little private air terminal there in Boston, and there's a lot of blue lights flashing. So I was like, I wonder what this is. Well, they wanted to arrest someone for assault with a deadly weapon, because this person was hitting people with a car door in a moving van in a crowd in downtown Boston. So anyway, the cops came over and they take me out of the van. And so the tour manager, George Travis, goes over there and they work it all out. And ultimately they allow me to get on the plane and fly back to New Jersey, and just kind of waiting to see what happens. And I guess they smoothed it over and they didn't end up extraditing me to go stand trial in Boston for banging a few people. But my thought was, it probably wasn't the smartest idea, but it did get us out of the crowd. And secondly, as you can see with 4 million people in Argentina, some of the risk should be, you should take on a little bit of the risk yourself, right? A guy jumps off the overpass in 2022, he's probably going to sue somebody.
That's right.
At least if he was in the United States, he probably would.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he'll sue the city.
Somebody's going to get sued. But, back when I was growing up, you jump off a bridge, you get the consequences that happen.
Right.
So anyway.
If you're dumb enough to get that close to a moving vehicle, chances are you may get hit.
Yeah.
So when you were working for the boss, though, obviously, a legendary guy, did you have, I know there's always threats, and there are those threats that, people anonymously will do the death threat. Most of those aren't real, but did you guys ever have what you viewed as a legitimate threat?
To him, no. And it's
not really. I wouldn't say death threats. I would say more like stalkers. Like guys like, I'm the number one Bruce fan. Please let me get to him.
We had a lot of fans, and it was interesting because you kind of got to know them, especially when in Europe, especially you go on tour. And we did have a guy pop in. We were in a hotel in Copenhagen, and I used to stay right next to Bruce's room. And then there's other gentleman, Terry McGovern, who's, if anybody knows anything about Bruce, if you don't know Terry McGovern, Google him. He's the most interesting man in the world. He's just the coolest guy I've ever known. He's passed. But anyway, Terry and I would stay next to each other, right next to Bruce. And then we did have a guy just kind of pop in on our floor in Denmark, which we were kind of like, well, how did he get here? But, we ushered him out, and everything was fine. But, there was really nothing like that. I don't really have any super high-speed Liam Neeson stories about being a bodyguard or anything like that. It's mostly about doing your homework and making sure that you don't have those situations.
We've got an hour of stories with Mike White coming up, but I want to ask you about your T-shirt after I remind people you're watching The Next Round, brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch and dinner today. Sterling and his crew will serve you up a nice hot meal during this cold snap we have going. Nothing better than plate full of southern fried chicken and those Mississippi Delta tamales. ChampysChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. We started off by thanking you for your service, and you've done many great things for our country, as thousands and thousands of men and women have. And we talk all the time privately about our country and how we treat our veterans. And you this is dear to your heart and what's happening to so many men and women who served our country. Tell me about that T-shirt.
Well, this it says, keep moving forward. And there's a cool thing on the back. It says, falling is acceptable, crying is acceptable, puking is acceptable, and quitting is not. And it's really just it's an organization that I support. It's called the Till Valhalla Project. And it's an organization that's designed to help bring awareness to veteran suicide, especially special operations guys. And we had at River Chase Galleria on the 7th of this month, we did a town hall, veterans town hall through the Alabama Department of Veterans Affairs. VA in Alabama and Birmingham is absolutely fantastic. You think about, the VA is not doing what's right by the veterans. My experience, and I'm a disabled veteran myself, believe it or not, fantastic how they treat their people. They're great. But this was designed to let veterans know that they shouldn't suffer inside. I've lost two teammates in the year 2020. Losing track of the years. This year.
So this year you've lost two of your...
I've lost two of my teammates, and and it's something obviously near and dear to me. My wife and I participated in an event. It's called the Step Up Foundation. It's to commemorate a Navy SEAL that I don't know, Chad Wilkinson. He passed away via suicide in 2018, and it's a 1,000 step ups. We did a 12-inch box at 20-pound weights, and we did 1,000 step ups. My wife and I, we work out every day, and she's so she participated in it, and it was something to commemorate that. We did it on Veterans Day. But it's really just a way to bring this awareness, this pandemic, and it's something obviously it's important to me. It should be important to everybody. And there's a number of different resources, and any of you veterans that are watching, or any people that that want to look at what resources are available, you can look at the VA, and there are plenty of ways to look at that. I'm certainly not the be all end all resource, but it's a way for you to honor the people that have committed a lot and are still going through a lot, especially here during the holidays.
Is it things that we asked you men and women to do, the things you've seen, all of that you think still haunts so many people when they're back?
Could be, it could be. And, there's a certain amount of PTS, post-traumatic stress that's involved. I think that the term that most people look at is PTSD, and it's not necessarily a disorder.
Right.
It's something that occurs.
Because you've seen some things.
Yeah, I've seen some things, but it's been a while for me, so it doesn't apply. But you're still going through the day to day, and just because you were a veteran, just because you were somebody who, and I'm fortunate. I mean, I'm not talking about fortunate. I'm talking about blessed that I've had the opportunities post-military service to still stay in. Something that I view as really relevant, and something that I feel is enable me to provide for my family. But there are some people that that might not necessarily be the case, and they're going through a lot, and they know what they signed up for, and they're still struggling. That could be one issue. Who knows? But I don't want to turn this into too much of a downer. But I will tell you this: there are great things that people can do for people that are in trouble, and the most important thing. And the last time I was here, I wore another shirt that I didn't even address. It says battle check. Be sure to check on your friends. That's pretty simple.
Yeah.
But just check on your friends, And I got a group of guys, my old SEAL teammates. We stay in touch all the time via text. But every now and then we'll just call each other and go, hey, man, how you doing? What's going on? And especially after we lost Jim and Mark. But there are just things that it's just nice to – at its core, it's just good humanity. Take care of your friends.
Well, just to talk. There was a time where it was, viewed as a weakness if you had a mental situation. People didn't want to talk to therapists. And, just in everyday society, I come across people that just everyday stress from work gets them. And again, as Dunaway said, the things that you guys have seen in serving our country, it's next level for you guys. So communication, I think, is so important. And just if you're suffering, don't bottle it up. Talk to somebody.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you hear about it, and here we are, Christmas time, and it's supposed to be the most joyous time. But, you might have some folks that aren't necessarily experiencing that same joy. It's nice to check in on them and let them know you care.
Greg from Pell City, these guys you speak of are incredible. I've had the privilege of meeting many over the last few months, and they have some awesome stories to tell. And Heath writes in, Mike, been waiting for this for a long time to have you back. And we'll continue the conversation after I remind you, Champy's Chicken, providing the conversation with Mike White today. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Swing by and say hi to Sterling. He supports our military friends, both serving active reservists and veterans as well at Champy's Chicken. .com. So as you get ready for this holiday season, Mike, give me one. See who are you? Bruce Springsteen, Bill Gates at one point, right?
Yeah.
Who else? There was a female along the way too, right? Was it?
No.
Or was that a movie?
Just
Whitney Houston.
Yeah, Whitney Houston. That was the movie.
Kevin Costner.
Yeah, my bad.
Guy.
I get you guys confused.
Different scenario.
Yeah.
No, yeah, those were the two. I mean, it's I started out with the Gates family, and I guess you could say Melinda, she was a part of it. We had it funny. It's Christmas. Good. Hey, man, I got so many segues. We went to the Nutcracker in Seattle, and the way we do it is, we advance it, and I was there already, and then Melinda and her daughter and a couple friends came in and rolled up, and so I had already gotten the tickets, and I was waiting there, and we had a special VIP box. People didn't know who I was bringing, and so I show up, and Melinda Gates gets out, and I walk up with her, and then whoever sold me the tickets goes, "Oh, so Mr. White, so nice to meet your date," and she kind of looked at me like, "Don't even start with me. Just get me to my seat and get out of here." No, they were nice. They were nice people, and so. But yeah, it was like I said, pretty low speed. It was kind of cool. I mean, I enjoyed it, but it was a profession that I couldn't see staying in for a long period of time. But it was a box that I checked.
Well, you mentioned Liam Neeson. There was no Liam Neeson stuff. And when you watch movies like Taken and you watch The Equalizer and John Wick, I mean, that stuff is over the top. But I watch a movie like Man on Fire, it seems kind of legitimate.
Yeah, I like those other movies though. But I
do too.
Oh,
but
man,
I mean, do you know any dudes that were that bad though that could walk in a room like Denzel sets his watch in The Equalizer?
Oh, that's 37 seconds. Pretty cool, man.
Yeah, and he took out like 7 dudes.
Yeah, I mean, if I could, I've told people this, just stupid. But I mean, if I were independently wealthy, I think I'd be The Equalizer, just because it just seems so much. It just seems so cool to do that,
Right.
I don't know.
No, vigilante. I mean, we need
Isn't that
guys out there
fun?
like
Isn't
that, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, no, I don't know anybody that's that. I got a couple of guys. I had dinner with one of my closest friends from the teams. He came into town, a guy named Dave Cooper. He's just really, he and I have been close for a long time. But yeah, he might be one of those guys, and he's really unassuming, just a really nice guy, humble, but he's been there and done that. He was on the Osama bin Laden raid. Funny story, I called him. I heard he was there, so I was just going to call him, leave him a voicemail. It's like 2 days, this is 2011. It's like 2 days after the raid, and I was just calling him to leave him a message and say, "Hey, Dave, I heard you were involved in this, and I just want to tell you, I'm really proud to know you, and good job." He answered the phone, and I'm like,
busy week.
Hey, man, what are you doing? He goes, I was waking up from a nap, man. I got to go pick up my son from the bus stop. So life goes on. So,
Life goes on.
This guy was just involved in probably the most daring special operations mission of all time, and the next day he's got to pick his kid up from school.
Did you happen, and I don't want to make it a big movie, television thing, but have you seen The Old Man with Jeff Bridges?
Yeah, I couldn't get into it,
Okay,
man.
I couldn't either. I stopped after like 2 or 3 episodes. But I'm just
tried too hard. I thought when I first heard it and first saw it, I'm like, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
this
like
is something
first
I get
episode I thought
behind.
was good.
Then they started going down so many different rabbit holes. I'm like,
But I guess my question to you is everybody loses strength the older they get, but like a bad dude is always a bad dude, right?
I guess. Back to that Terry McGovern, he used to have a saying, and I guess I can take this man on. He said, a long time ago, I might have been the baddest dude on the planet for 2 minutes. And as I get older, man, I might be down to about 5 seconds now. But I got that going for me. So, I'm 61 years old. I don't know. Like I said, my wife and I try to stay ahead of Father Time. We work out every morning. We got a little gym in our house. But, yeah, Father Time's undefeated.
That's good for the relationship, too, though. Both of you working out together.
It's our moment. We get up, have coffee, and go down there and do that.
Maggie and I work out sepainely, of course.
Yeah.
Well, Maggie works out. Maggie works out.
She's competitive. She'll go hard, and not to, she's not some CrossFitter, and it's just something she just does, and it's kind of cool to do it.
And we've shared this story with our viewers and listeners before. First time we ever had you, when I was part of the show with LT, I don't know if he had you on before, but first time I was ever part of the show, you were talking to us about securing your situation, like in a movie theater, on a plane, identifying your exits, identifying I remember it to this day, identifying who you potentially think could be your biggest threats, who could possibly be your biggest allies. And I have never flown or been into a movie theater since then, since I have found my exits. I have looked around to scope out who could be my biggest threat and who could be my biggest allies.
Hey, when you see Dunaway on a flight, where do you categorize him?
Target,
ally. No, I was
shield.
No, it's funny because you weren't here last time. You were sick. And it seemed like we all got sick roughly in that same time frame.
It was Brown that did it to us.
Yeah, but Brown was asking me the same question, so it's like coming from the same thing. Yeah, that's still something. But I don't fly that much anymore, so But I always think like that, and there's just a lot of, I think, gosh, in our crazy city.
Yep.
You kind of need to keep your head on a swivel.
Do you think
whether you're going anywhere?
Do you think if you got on a plane right now and they had a marshal in plain clothes, you could figure out who the marshal was?
I don't know. I remember that movie Bridesmaids. That was pretty funny when they found that guy.
He did not look like a marshal, did he?
That was pretty funny, though. That's one of the greatest
But she knew
movie
it.
scenes of all time.
You have a gun? You got a gun, don't you?
That is hysterical. And they were actually husband and wife in real life.
You got a gun, don't you? All right. Mike's going to hang around the rest of the hour with us. Lunsford will let us know if there's any breaking news on National Signing Day. We'll do trash in the next segment. Mike gets to sit in for a trash segment.
Right.
That should be fun.
That's a dream.
My bookie will get you into the game this holiday season. 12 straight days of giveaways, from odds boosts to casino chips to straight up locks. My bookie's 12 days of giveaways is a can't miss promotion starting December 21st and ending on January 1st. You can bring in the new year the right way with giveaways that can help you fill your stockings with cash this season. Sign up at MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND on your first deposit and redeem a bonus of up to $200. Again, that's promo code NEXTROUND to claim a brand new deposit bonus designed for bettors looking to cash in and cash out quick. Experience sports in a whole new light and make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Update right now on our National Signing Day from Lunsford, brought to you by our friends at Backyard Adventure. Quality 100% cedar, lifetime warranties on this perfect Backyard Adventure playground that your kids would absolutely love. BackyardAlabama.com, BackyardAlabama.com, or 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. They also have these wonderful alley-oop trampolines, goal setter basketball goals, and so much more. They set it up, they'll move it. They do landscaping and everything. It is wonderful customer service, whether you're watching in Atlanta or Birmingham. Use the website and find a location near you at BackyardAlabama.com. Lunsford, do we have a flip? Happy Flipmas?
Happy Flipmas. Four-star edge rusher Keldrick Falk flipped to Auburn from Florida State. He is now Auburn's #1 recruit that is signed, at least. 3 of their top 5 now defensive linemen, and the next 4 6 through 10 offensive linemen. So obviously trying to build the trenches there down in the plains.
All right, big flip there for Auburn. Again, Tony Mitchell did not flip. He's with Alabama. Another big signing moment coming up at 1:10 today at Carver High School. James Smith and Qua Rousseau expected to go to Alabama, but Auburn in the mix there as well. We'll see about those 2 5-star defenders coming up. Mike White's in studio. We're going to do trash in a second. Mike was telling us grandchildren now. How many?
6.
6 grandchildren.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Should have 5 here for Christmas. One of our boys, their family lives out in Houston, so they won't be. Hey, jump in on the signing day. I will tell you something crazy. When I was signed with Alabama,
and I wanted to ask you that.
When
story.
I signed with Alabama, they used to have a thing. It was a regional. I don't know if y'all remember this. You've been around. A regional signing day. That's a nice way of saying it. But there was a regional signing day, then the national signing day was in February.
You can call me old. It's not like I'm going to kick your ass.
You're probably younger than me, you know. But anyway, so the regional signing day was you would commit, and this is back when you had the Southern Independents like Georgia Tech and Florida State, but you would commit to, this would bind you to the ACC, the SEC, and any Southern Independents. So, and that was about this time. So you would sign with Alabama, and then you would again sign. I signed again in February with Alabama. But the cool part about the cutthroat part, and everybody acts like it's all different now. You could sign your letter of intent of scholarship with Alabama, Clemson, Auburn, whatever, and then other schools. If they would go, well, he must be pretty good, because this is social media, internet, and all that stuff. So people would go, well, he must be pretty good. And I knew a guy, his name was Adam Schreiber. He ended up being a really good pro for a long time. But he signed with Auburn, and he was going to Auburn. And then as soon as he signed with Auburn, Texas came calling, and he ended up going to Texas. So you could sign a guy back then, and anybody outside of the Southeast could come in and poach him.
Oh, they've been flipping since the 70s.
So this has been going on since 79.
I do want to circle back in your experience with Bear Bryant and that actual signing day.
Well, as we're all fathers and grandfathers in some cases, nice way of saying it, Mike over here, Rockstar's a new father, first son, Cord, great head of hair. Yeah. And a special moment happened last night.
Yeah, I came home, got him from Nanny, and I put him in his jumper just to get a glass of water, and he kept saying something. And so Nancy got her phone and started recording, and this is what we got.
First word, here we go.
If it plays.
Cord. Dada? Dada? Dada. Dada? Dada?
That's pretty much it, but he said it all night and all morning this morning.
I love it.
And you showed up to work, man. You're quite the gentleman.
I saw Cord yesterday, and he smiled nonstop when I saw him.
He is. He's a good smile. He's good in public. He's not as good in private, but in public, he's really good. He loves to smile at everybody. Very social, unlike his father.
So if you're playing next round trivia, Cord's first words, Dada, not Mama. It's Daddy's boy. Let's do trash. Rockstar, hit the button, man.
Father of two, Dale Decker, suffers from a rare and seemingly incurable condition that leads to him suffering up to 100 unwanted orgasms a day.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I've never seen a hired killer blush before like Mike just did.
Reaction on that one.
Surging interest rates may be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program lowers your interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started, or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with 5 passive-aggressive phrases that make people respect you less.
You love passive-aggressive people, don't you, Mike?
My children would probably tell you that was me. That was my parenting philosophy growing up. I just kind of operated that way. So, yes.
Me too. I'm the same way.
Dunaway's very passive-aggressive. First one, just a friendly reminder. They say, I call this one a throat clearer, an indirect attempt to demand attention or a faster response. Other phrases to eliminate, per my last email, not sure if you got the memo, or as I mentioned before, these phrases only camouflage your request to make the other person think you're trying to nag, blame, or be bossy.
I got one too. I'm going to see if it's on the list.
Number 2, don't take this the wrong way, but. This phrase almost always prefaces something annoying or offensive. The lazy, self-serving logic behind it is if you tell people in advance that you're going to be rude, it's okay to go ahead and do so.
Do you remember the comic Dom Herrera?
Yeah.
Yes. Hysterical. Yes. That was one of his. I don't mean this in a bad way. And then he would just say, "You are so fat." I don't mean this in a bad way, but, and he would go that route.
It was a Seinfeld episode.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
We're doing 5 passive-aggressive phrases that make people respect you less. Roommate says this one to me all the time. Got it. Now, sometimes this is just another phrase for yep, okay, but the sarcastic version means something different. Shut up, I heard you, or you're annoying, leave me alone. Sarcasm is the most obvious form of passive aggression and possibly the most hurtful. Your audience may have no idea that you're upset, much less why you're upset. You're just dumping your feelings on them with little context. Number 4, hey, how are we doing with that task I'm waiting for?
Whoa, that's not even passive-aggressive. That's aggressive.
That's straight up asking for it.
Yeah,
I mean, you're a manager. You've done that before, haven't you?
Yep.
Softening a request might seem polite, but it also can be a form of passive aggression. Think of other softeners like thanks in advance or hey, what's our ETA looking like? If you're asking for something as a boss or a colleague, don't pretend like you're being a pal. It's fine to be explicit and state what you need and when. And then our final passive-aggressive phrase, if that's what you want to do. This phrase implies disapproval. Other passive-aggressive judgment signals include just so you know or for future reference. What is yours?
To be clear. Man, you start a sentence with to be clear, I have a hard time with that.
Like
That's kind of
I
like the
said.
first one. Yeah, to be clear.
To be clear, that sounds different coming from me and coming from you, though.
I don't like it either way.
To be clear is a threat from him. To be clear from me is passive-aggressive.
You ever been catfished, Mike?
No.
This is a weird story.
That's crazy. I don't understand why that even exists.
For more than a year, a Michigan girl allegedly received a constant flurry of harassment through text and social media messages, according to reports out of Bill City, Michigan. Authorities say she went to her mother, Kendra Licari, 42, a girls basketball coach. There was a problem, though. Licari was the person allegedly behind it.
Oh, wow.
They won't get into what she said, but she was texting. She had I guess a dummy phone, texting her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend at the same time for over a year.
Reportedly charged with 2 counts of stalking a minor, 2 counts of using a computer to commit a crime, and 1 count of obstruction of justice. Prosecutor went on to say, quote, by and large, it was mostly just harassing type text messages, demeaning, demoralizing, just plain mean text. There were allegedly up to 12 text messages a day. Licari masked her local using virtual private networks. She allegedly also tried to make it seem like her daughter, the peers were responsible. She aimed the catfishing and harassment at her daughter and her daughter's then boyfriend.
So she wasn't trying to find out if they were having sex or doing drugs or anything like that.
No, just harassing. Like, I don't understand. And
it makes no sense.
And then to make it seem like your friends are doing this to you. It's not me, it's your friends. Why? For a year?
Okay, here's some crazy movie numbers. Forrest Gump ran a grand total of 15,248 miles the day he decided to run.
Wow.
He accomplished a lot in his life.
Eat a lot of carbs.
Yeah.
In your military training, the longest distance you ever ran or walked, or both?
I ran a 26 miles.
You did 26 miles?
Yeah.
Did you do that after?
No, I did while I was in the teams. Yeah.
Wow.
Walking, I don't know. So as long as it took to get there, I guess.
Yeah. What about skipping?
That's the great American answer right there, American military. However long it takes to get there.
Here's another crazy movie number. Jack Bauer, who we talked about earlier, Kiefer Sutherland, killed a total of 309 people over the whole run of 24. That is 1 kill every 40 minutes.
I will not answer. I will not ask you the question that is obvious here.
I'll ask. Have you seen 24?
Yeah, it's pretty good. That was a really interesting concept. Just
nobody ever
when
listened to
I first heard about it. I've read one of the original scripts, and it, just the thought that every minute was an actual minute in real life. I thought that was pretty cool.
Concept.
Did you have an opportunity to be in that series? Because that's another thing I forgot to throw out there. You're an actor.
I'm not going to go down that road. I'll tell you some other time off air. It was a pretty interesting story.
Okay.
Yeah. But I would imagine with your wealth of knowledge, there have been shows and/or movies who could use.
He was a technical advisor.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that do that and make a lot of money. There's a lot of people that I know that have done really well in the technical advisor.
Well, you got to teach these guys how to shoot. I mean, Kiefer Sutherland didn't know how to shoot before
that modified Weaver isn't going to get it. But I mean, I'm sure you had a lot of people that were really, knew how to shoot.
Should I hold my hand over the other hand like that when I'm shooting?
Yeah, but it's more of like a triangle pose would be the way I would.
So I
would have done it. But
more like this.
Yeah.
More like that.
No, that's T.J. Hooker, man. You don't want to do that.
I am T.J. Hooker age.
Rather Locklear when she pulled hers.
There you go. The Adrian's med.
What's the advantage of turning it sideways? What's the advantage of turning it sideways?
Not much.
Here's another crazy movie number. Darth Vader's Superstar Destroyer, the Executor, is about 12 miles long.
Wow.
It's that opening shot where it just shows the ship. Spaceballs did a great parody of it, but that's a big ship.
Mm-hmm.
How about this? The damage to Manhattan in the Avengers has been calculated as $160 billion.
I can believe it.
Is that a picture from the movie, or is that just what's going on there right now?
From the movie.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
God. That's Detroit.
Hard
to tell.
And our final crazy movie number, if you were to take care of 101 Dalmatians, you would be cleaning up around 76 pounds of dog shit every day.
Oh. I remember the days, my first time ever, way back, maybe I was just on a call, and I couldn't even say ass on Dunaway and Brown show, and now we're drinking vodka, and we're saying, we're dropping the S word, man. That's pretty cool.
We've come a long way, man.
Come a long way, man.
Finally, some New Year's resolutions to consider. Visit a place without sharing it on social media. See, really the only social media outside of Twitter to get some news updates, some sports updates, I use Instagram as more like a photo album. But like we went to Florida Bama this summer, I didn't post one picture. Went to New Orleans a few weeks ago, didn't post a picture. Went back to the Florida Bama, didn't post a picture. So I don't know. I forget to post a lot.
That's smart, and not FaceTiming people when you're somewhere is smart as well, especially when you're overserved.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to do because I feel like we're trying to generate buzz on our social media, but I understand that. Just go enjoy a place and not have to share it.
You brought this up earlier, and I agree. Instead of texting, call a friend.
Yeah,
we don't call enough anymore.
I think the written word, I think the texting and social media. I think it is. I majored in English in college. Kind of pride myself on writing. All of my family tries to write things instead of just doing a lot of abbreviations. I think texting has ruined that, and I also think it's ruined the art of conversation.
No, it really has.
Well, what's wrong with talking to somebody? You know.
Well, see, I'm so socially awkward. It is hard for me to talk to people, and I can shoot you a quick text and really say my feelings a lot better than if I try to do it in person.
Right.
But I apologize.
But that's why they make this stuff.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
So.
Couple of Red Mont vodkas.
For those of I'm going back to work. This is sealed.
It
so,
is sealed.
You know, no partaking.
This is what we give our really good gifts.
All right.
The local product that is Red Mont vodka.
Yes.
How about this one? Every morning, make your bed.
Yeah.
I try to do that.
Did you ever see that? There's a really good article. This kind of good segue to Navy SEALs. There's a guy that was a friend of mine back in the teams. He was very famous. He was the commander of JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, Bill McRaven. Google it, folks. Bill McRaven was giving his commencement speech as University of Texas graduate, and he does a thing, and he's also written a book called Make Your Bed. I encourage you to check it out. Basically saying the first task of the day that you learned when you were going through BUD/S SEAL training was to make your bed. And that by making your bed, you are setting the stage for yourself to have more success throughout the day.
I like it.
And I can't disagree with that, because when when you come home, if you're alone, if you have a family, you still come home to a made bed, a bed that you made. Unless my wife doesn't like the way I make the bed, so she does it, and
my wife does
she
too.
Tells me to stay away from it, so that's cool. I mean, I don't mind. But yeah, make your bed.
Yep,
See,
I agree.
We're in the same bed, but her half of the bed, she likes to have everything tucked in tight to where she can't move her feet during the evening.
The tuck.
Meanwhile, on my side, I never tuck it in. So when I make it, because I kick it out when I get into bed, because I like to be able to roll around and move my feet around. So we're sort of split down the middle on how the bed's made.
But building that little bit of discipline in the morning is very important, whether it's getting up and doing your workout in the morning or whatever. Discipline equals freedom.
Here's a couple more New Year's resolutions to think about. Stop putting off making a difficult choice.
I'm not big on New Year's resolutions. I don't know.
Every week, turn your phone off for one night. That'd be tough, but I think it's a good idea to do.
Good for the marriage.
Problem is that most people don't have a landline anymore. So if something came up, you're kind of in the dark. So it's, I don't know. Maybe just don't do that.
And with
everybody.
kids and grandkids, that is tough.
Yeah.
And then finally, use the stairs more often. I used to do it at our old employer because we were on the 3rd floor, but now we're on the 4th floor.
I do it every day, and it kills
I just
me
don't
still.
do it as much. But I think it is important.
And we got better elevators now, too. That is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, home values are on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right's got the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Make the most of the current housing market. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
One or two more good stories with Mike White when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality service and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If you know nothing else about me, you know I love great food. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. My favorite neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. It is located in the Greystone Shoal Creek area. You can see more, make a reservation, or give the gift of fine dining at oakhouseeats.com.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Final segment with Mike White, brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Start 2023 off by securing your valuables and firearms with a safe from Nichols Outfitters. Right now at Nichols Outfitters, they are offering 25% off an in-stock Browning and Champion safe that will potentially save you hundreds of dollars. Safely secure your firearms, your valuables, your gold, your cash, your heirlooms. Anything that you hold in value can be safer in a Champion or Browning safe from Nichols Outfitters, and there's never been a better time. 25% off right now at Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters, we know outdoors.
So Mike White in studio with us, Navy SEAL, actor, bodyguard. Let's go back. I'm going to do the math. 43 years, National Signing Day.
Yeah.
Bear Bryant comes calling. Who all were you recruited by? What was your first meeting like with Bear Bryant? And what was National Signing Day like? I know that's a lot, but
yeah, I told you the last time I was here. You know, I was maybe a 2-3 star recruit. You know, I wasn't like superstar. We had a great season and a great signing class.
Where'd you play high school ball?
I'm from Atlanta. I went to Southwest DeKalb High School. And so anyway.
How did Vince Dooley let you get away?
Georgia didn't even recruit me.
Oh,
and
wow.
I got recruited by a lot of schools. You get mail from. I had a really great Dewey Alverson was my high school coach, and he's a Georgia High School Athletic Hall of Famer. I mean, he's like one of those Buddy Anderson type guys. Coached there forever, state champion. But anyway, so if Dewey gave you the thumbs up, everybody came calling. Everybody but the guys that were 60 miles up the road. Aston didn't want anything to do with me, so that's fine. They ended up having a pretty good year my freshman year and won the championship. But it was. Remember my position coach, D. Powell, he came and, came to my house and signed me. And I think I was wearing a Izod and a pair of jeans and signed a thing. And that was it. It wasn't like there was no hats on the table or anything. That didn't even exist because nobody was paying attention to it. I tell you, it's funny. You talk about Coach Bryant, and regardless of my experience as a player or as a signee, I thought about this year. We had beaten in 1982. I think a lot of people consider Coach Bryant as he was just kind of playing out the string at the end. He'd won the championship in 78 and 79, back-to-back championships. Sound familiar, right?
Right.
Something that goes on in here in the new days. 80, we were number one in the nation for the better part of the year. We ended up losing to Mississippi State. You remember that 6-3, that game everybody talks about. So we lost a couple games, but we still had a great team, And then 81, we won the SEC championship. 82, we had beaten Tennessee like 11, 12 years in a row, and they beat us in a heartbreaker up there at Knoxville. And they stormed the field. Does this sound familiar? They stormed the field. People are running all over the place. And then a few weeks later, we ended up losing to LSU. And then Coach Bryant ended up shutting it down that year and retired. And, and I just want everybody, all the Alabama people, just people in general and fans of college football to appreciate what you're seeing right now. And because I'll tell you, the old man was younger than Coach Saban is right now. And age happens really fast. We can all attest to that. And here's Coach Bryant at the top of his game, winning championships left and right, winning an SEC championship. In 82, it changed really fast, and he shut it down. So, the fact that Alabama's having this great signing day and the fact that Alabama is still the standard and the conversation still kind of centers around them, even though they're not in the Final Four, I think is something that all the people in this state or just fans of football in general should look at it and go, this is a run that's unprecedented, because we saw a very similar parallel exactly 40 years ago. But it was weird, man, watching them go off the field, and that Neyland Stadium was overrun. I remember being there. It wasn't a whole lot of fun.
I don't know if I'll give you enough time to give this answer justice, but playing for Bear Bryant, how did that prepare you to become a Navy SEAL?
I think it did, simply because I was in that kind of mindset of wanting to do something that was really hard and wanting to be good at. I mentioned the word discipline earlier in this conversation, and I just think that discipline is something that a lot of people don't really understand. It really comes down to doing stuff that you don't necessarily want to do, and I definitely had that instilled in me at the University of Alabama. And I remember watching in 82, watching that movie, An Officer and a Gentleman, and thinking, man, there is no way in the world I would ever do some crazy thing like that. And then just a few years later, I was in that exact same situation. So I don't know, but I know that Alabama was hard and it was tough, and you had to get up in the morning and go do your things and work out and push yourself to the limits, and that obviously had something to do with it. And so, yeah, and having somebody yelling at you and kind of hurting your feelings, it wasn't the first time it ever happened to me when I got in the Navy. Yeah, let's just say that.
You ever hand-launched a missile before? Ever shot a bazooka, flamethrower?
Not a flamethrower. God, what am I, like 80?
Wow, we don't even use flamethrowers? We don't use flamethrowers anymore?
No, man. What is this? I mean, I've shot a Stinger. Yeah.
Very effective in Vietnam.
I've shot a Stinger. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a missile?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Ever fired a musket?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, hell,
Not
I didn't
in this
know.
Life, I don't know.
We don't use flame. It seems effective.
Yeah.
How many countries you been to?
All of them.
Man, I don't know. A lot of them.
You ever been in a country when that country didn't know you were there?
Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
Did you ever, we don't get too detailed, did you ever think you might be not getting out of a country?
Yeah. Sure. I tell you a story. We were in the southern hemisphere, and we did. That's something I kind of thought I'd tell. It's funny. I mean, not funny. It's just probably the frog-manliest thing ever that you can do. But we jumped out of an airplane with the rubber boats. You ever seen how they do?
Oh, yeah.
We jump. We cast the rubber boats out, and they have a parachute, and then you jump out, and then you jump in, and then you de-rig your boats, and you get, you transit to wherever you're going, and then a submarine will pick you up. And the submarine, without surfacing, will snatch you and take you down. And then you go into the submarine, while it's still submerged. It's a lot of
How long you got to hold your breath for that?
Not at all. The guys come up and give you a scuba tank, and take you down. So you're not holding your breath. And then we transit in the submarine, and then we launch out of the submarine. And that's another long process. It takes a while to explain, but it's while the sub is submerged, you launch out, and then the boats come up. Anyway, boats come up, and they're still kind of tethered. And one of the pieces of tubular nylon gets kind of caught around my neck.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, kind of getting dragged as this whole process is happening. And I'm kind of starting to get sucked under by the momentum and the forward movement of the submarine. And one of my teammates, Steve Decker, I used to carry this big old knife, and he came over and he saw me because I was, trying to see how long my lips were so I could get to the surface and breathe, and was drowning. And Steve cut me loose and saved my life. So I thought that was pretty nice of him.
Hey, you probably made fun of him carrying that big ass knife at some point.
Did.
It's like, we missed a read today. My day sucked. Hard day at the office.
Yeah, but anyway, he. I really appreciated that. So this many years later, that was just something that happened.
really appreciate that. That was
thank you so much.
By you.
Buy you a beer later.
Oh, you were solid.
It is always fantastic. More stories with Mike. We'll do that at another time when he comes back up here and joins us. We appreciate the time.
Thanks,
we appreciate your service. One more time, show the T-shirt. Call a friend. Call a veteran.
Yep.
Call an active service person, and keep it moving forward, man. What's that website again off the top of your head?
This is the Till Valhalla Project. Valhalla is a Viking term, and a lot of the team guys and Spec Ops guys
Paradise, right?
kind of view ourselves as the modern day Vikings, I guess. But anyway, that's what it's. The Till Valhalla Project, something to look into. And reach out to your local VA. If you're watching this out of state, I'm sure your VA is really dialed in. And just check on your friends. How about that?
So great way to end. That's Mike White. This is the next round. We'll talk to Todd Fuhrman from Vegas next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If there is one thing you know about me from listening to The Next Round, it's that I love great food. My neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. In the Greystone Shoal Creek area, former Fleming's partners, Travis Grappo and the chef Oliver Robinson, have teamed up for an incredible restaurant. They have great steaks, seafood, wonderful salads, and the best pork chop I have ever tasted. You can see more online at oakhouseeats.com. Make a reservation there or give the gift of fine dining for this Christmas. And enjoy my favorite neighborhood restaurant, Oak House. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We appreciate all the compliments over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room when it comes to the Mike White interview. We'll talk to Todd Fuhrman from the desert in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by Dr. B, getting LT's hair looking fantastic.
Yeah, again, when things start to fall out, especially the hair, I started to ask around. Dr. Beckstein was the guy that everyone said you need to contact, had that consultation, started the treatment. When I went in for that the second analysis, my hair is already 14% thicker already. Started that second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. B, the best in the business. For more information, T3hair.net. That's T3hair.net. Dr. Beckstein pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. If you've got a friend, a loved one that's started to thin a little bit, let them know. Be preemptive on this. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him The Next Round sent you. Again, for more information, T3hair.net.
Todd Fuhrman joins us now from Vegas Bet the Board podcast. He joins us every week. Fuhrman, thank you for being patient with us today. Another bowl game today. South Alabama in our state, a favorite over Western Kentucky, who's kept their quarterback now. 8 o'clock tonight on ESPN. How impressed have you been in scouting out the Jaguars of South Alabama?
Hey, I mean, always a pleasure jumping on with you guys. And much like a lot of these bowl teams that have interim coaches and quarterbacks, I understand you guys struggling to get in and out of the huddle on time. So hopefully no delay of game penalties or anything else along those lines. But As far as tonight's game goes, for me, it's South Alabama or pass. I think when you're looking at the job that Kane Womack has done, it's outstanding. We knew they could be a sleeping giant in the Sun Belt given the deep talent pool in and around Mobile and throughout the Deep South, and you're starting to see that on full display. LaDainian Webb, an outstanding running back that I think should have success against this Hilltoppers defense. Western Kentucky, of course, gets the luxury of Austin Reed opting out and then coming back along with his top receiver. But there are a lot of other depth pieces that aren't going to be there along the offensive line and some other spots. And ultimately, I think that could make the difference here. I expect South Alabama to be fully entrenched, didn't have a lot of opt-outs or players looking to transfer. So I'll look to lay it with the favorite here. I think 3.5 is a cheap price.
I will tell you, Fuhrman, I've had some bad luck. I had Rice. They take a 7-point lead, and then Frank Gore continues to run all over them right now. And then yesterday, I had San Jose State, and it's like they go up 13, they get that extra point blocked, and everything falls apart, and Eastern Michigan goes on a 33-0 run. It's been a weird bowl season thus far.
Definitely unique in that you're trying to always assess motivation for a lot of these teams, but it doesn't even appear to be that. It's a question of how the betting market is evaluating some teams that are coming in with their full complement of players, whether the weather is playing a role. And this time of year, maybe more so than any other when it comes to college football, live betting becomes such a great vehicle to take advantage of. But to your point yesterday, LT, it looked like Eastern Michigan didn't know what time that game started, was able to find another gear, and San Jose State couldn't match some of that level of physicality. And even last night, it appeared that Toledo was going to run away and hide after they built a 21-7 lead against the Liberty offense that couldn't do much offensively. Suddenly they get one score, they get a stop, a trick play, and Liberty finds a way to sneak in that back door, and it's a 21-19 loser.
Horrible start for the SEC with that Florida team last week. Now Missouri gets to play later this week. Next SEC team as they get Wake Forest. As you look at this game, what is the key on either going Demon Deacons or the SEC Tigers?
You mentioned Florida, and that game plan, of course, was put together by a lot of graduate assistants. All the buzz coming in was that Billy Napier was spending more time trying to resurrect the recruiting class, and it really showed there against an Oregon State team who'd been embarrassed in their bowl game a year before. They were buttoned up, and the biggest surprise to me is that they were the more physical team along both the offensive and defensive line. When you mention the game between Wake Forest and Missouri, I think the real question you have to ask about Missouri is, do they have enough healthy bodies on the defensive side? They were looking to try and get a couple of redshirt freshmen involved in the secondary. We know that Wake Forest is going to come out, try and test that group. Most likely Sam Hartman's final game as a member of the Demon Deacons. You have seen this number go from Wake -3 down to Wake -1. Totals dipped as well from 63.5 down to 58.5. Real tough game to handicap. I mean, typically with the SEC, you're not going to make a lot of money betting on their teams based on the cachet and name prestige in some of these second-tier bowl games. So for me, I would lean towards Missouri, but haven't gotten myself to the window with a particular angle yet.
Only a week away come Saturday from the college football playoffs. You look at TCU, Michigan, Ohio State, Georgia. Is there any liability for the books out there right now?
You're going to have a lot of money line parlays and teasers tied into Georgia. I think people look at Ohio State's most recent data point against Michigan, and that's a real concern. When you're talking about these two games being played on New Year's Eve, LT, as you know all too well, people see two favorites. They immediately decide, hey, look, what better way than to get free money to pay for my New Year's Eve plans than parlaying Michigan and Georgia on the money line together. I haven't gotten myself to the window with either underdog. That's normally what I try and do to make a strong, compelling case. I think I'd be much more inclined to back Ohio State plus the points against Georgia, but I really think that game is going to have a ton of fireworks. We know the level of familiarity Georgia has, and they're home away from home, and you look at the gaudy offensive performances this year against LSU and Oregon in that same building. I'm not sure Ohio State can match their physicality, so that's kind of the way I'm looking. As far as liabilities from the books, future-wise, TCU didn't really attract a lot of money despite having some of those long shot prices out there at 200 to 1. I did speak to some books, and they said they saw a little bit of an appetite from pros going into championship weekend, taking shots with Ohio State in that 15 to 1 range, 20 to 1 range, knowing that all you needed was potentially one loss from USC to have a live runner there. So that softened the blow a bit. But for the most part, if Georgia wins the national title, the books that I've spoken to will be in a real good position.
Early present for the NFL, Thursday night and then Saturday with a full slate of games, then a trio on Sunday, and then a Monday night football game. Jaguars and Jets, more likely to make the playoffs if either one of them gets there. Jags or Jets, who are you buying right now?
I mean, I think I'd buy the Jags only because their road is a little bit more favorable, a team fully in control of their own destiny. Even with a loss here, If they get some help elsewhere, they can still find a path through as division champions. And you look at the Jaguars, where they're trending right now, playing their best football. The Jets going through a little bit of that quarterback carousel, and you have some real concerns about how Zach Wilson will perform on a short week. But this game, in my opinion, very difficult to try and handicap. Trevon Walker getting ruled out doesn't help the Jags defense. Mother Nature going to play a role, and you'd hope that the Jags are going to be a little bit better dealing with some of the elements here than they were in Philadelphia early in the year when ball security was a major concern. Part of the reason that you've seen this total really crater from a peak of 42. Some books reopened 39.5. We're now down to 36, and that's going to be the prevailing storyline, not just on Thursday night, but throughout all of Week 16. Mother Nature having her say in terms of how these teams will have to go about adapting game plans to deal with some tenacious elements.
I made the mistake of backing the Jets. I thought I had it on that final touchdown before Detroit goes right down and scores the go-ahead and covering touchdown. But now Detroit, this is an intriguing game on Christmas Eve. Detroit travels to Carolina, less than a field goal favorite.
Yeah, this is actually a game I bet early in the week. I took a little bit of 3 with Carolina. Obviously scary when you see what Detroit has done lately, looking like an absolute freight train. And what's been most impressive about the Lions' recent run is how good they've been defensively, specifically against the run. It doesn't bode well for Carolina if the Tiger can't change its stripes, but I'd like to think that this is a game where Sam Darnold can have some success throwing downfield. I mean, we saw a little bit of that with DJ Moore. He's got some weapons there, and rather than banging their head into a brick wall, I think this is Carolina's last stand. The Lions, again, not extremely familiar with laying points on the road. And you know as well as I do, having done this for as long as you have, that selling stock at the top of the market, even as dicey as it looks on paper, sometimes has to be done. And for me, I made the Lions a 2-point favorite, so betting the Carolina Panthers +3 made sense as a value bet.
Let's go Lions. As a Buccaneer fan, we need all the help we can get. Nick Sirianni is not ruling out Jalen Hurts. We finally get Eagles and Cowboys in Dallas this Saturday. So with Hurts, without Hurts, what about the Eagles this weekend? How big is this game?
Yeah, crazy when you watch how this line has played out, Dunaway. We obviously saw the numbers start to leak long before some of the NFL insiders shared that Jalen Hurts had a sprained shoulder and was going to be day-to-day. Dallas opened a 1.5, 2-point favorite. Number got climbed as high as 6 before there was some resistance. I give Nick Sirianni credit. Obviously, even if he has no inclination of playing Jalen Hurts in this particular spot, what benefit does it serve if you tell the Cowboys, hey, we're not going to play him, and it's going to be Gardner Minshew? Force Dallas to prepare for 2 quarterbacks that have very different skill sets in this particular spot. But given what the Eagles have that they want to accomplish this season, in my opinion, if Hurts isn't 100%, they'd be foolish to put him out there with a sprained shoulder. They'll have 3 chances to clinch the division, to clinch the number 1 seed in the NFC. And last I checked in Philadelphia, they're not about just winning division championships. It's all about getting to the Super Bowl. So I would be stunned if Jalen Hurts was out there, but the betting market has kind of created a hybrid number now with Philadelphia, a 5-point underdog, and that total hanging around in no man's land at 47.5.
We all know mathematically Green Bay is still alive. I don't think, watching them against my Rams, who are just pathetic, I don't think Green Bay's a good team. But now heading to Miami, Miami's going the wrong way, and they're only 3.5-point favorites. Huge game for both teams.
I'm stunned, honestly, by the way this line has moved. And I know Miami, to your point, hasn't been good. Riding a 3-game losing streak, starting to feel some of the pressure that looked fait accompli that they were going to get into the AFC playoff picture. But before Monday night, the Miami Dolphins were a 6-point favorite, and now you're looking at a lot of books hanging 3.5. But was it Green Bay being good, or was it the Rams being completely inept? I mean, the Rams haven't been able to run the football on anybody and still had some level of success against Green Bay with Cam Akers. Miami going to pose a lot of different challenges, extra time to prepare in this spot. Green Bay going from the frigid temperatures and playing at home to now with some expectations on the road. This may be one of the more public sides from the trio of games on Christmas Day, but I want no part of buying Packers stock at the top. I trust Mike McDaniel to establish the ground game, create some play action opportunities, and this Miami receiving core is going to cause a lot bigger problems for the Green Bay Packers than the likes of Tutu Atwell, Ben Skoranek before he got hurt, and Van Jefferson out there. So I think this could be a good buy low spot on the Dolphins in what should be a higher scoring game.
That's the one and only Todd Fuhrman from Vegas, Bet the Board podcast. Todd, man, thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you and your family, man. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you as always, gentlemen. You guys do the same. Try not to work too hard or down too much eggnog when you're with the holidays with this football feast on Saturday and Sunday.
All right, buddy. Thanks a lot. That is Fuhrman right there on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Right now, if you're looking for that perfect Christmas gift, ladies, get your guy a cryotherapy package at Element Wellness Center in Greystone. 10 sessions for just $350. The perfect gift. And gentlemen, get your lady what she loves most, a wellness infusion package. Buy 3 Myers cocktail vitamin infusions for just $397. Huge savings there. More info on devices and more services at elementwellness.me. That's elementwellness.me. We go to Auburn and talk to Justin Hokanson next, right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get from the ingredients.
Days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you, friend of mine. That's Ella Ray and her dad, Tony, in studio with us here. We're about to talk to Justin Hokanson right after LT tells us about sliced pizza, a great way to make it easy on everyone in the house this holiday season. I went by yesterday to make it easy on my house. Got 2 sliced pizzas to go.
Yeah, I mean, you can't beat it. Look, and there is, you talk about the 2 to go. They've got that incredible deal right now where you get the 12 fire-baked wings. You get a pan of salad, and you can choose from the Caesar, the House, the Redmont, the spinach, or the wedge. Any 2 of those specialty pizzas, from the Bajaya Special to the Soul Pie, the Wing and a Prayer, just fantastic food. It's local pizza, local ingredients. Jeff, Jason, Chris Bajaya, just a fantastic place. 3 locations right now. The original in Lakeview, 1 in Vestavia, 1 in Montevallo, and coming very soon to Crestline.
As we tell you all the time, Auburn Live on 3 Sports, and they've got unbelievable coverage going on there today. Keep refreshing. It's been a busy morning for Justin Hokanson. He'll be at the 1 o'clock news conference with head coach Hugh Freeze coming up here at the top of the hour in the Auburn football building. He'll give you an update at Auburn Live on 3 Sports. He's on the phones with us now. Hoke, where this recruiting class was in October compared to where it is now, Hugh Freeze and his staff they've done a pretty amazing job to get it to this point, in my opinion. How do you see today so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty remarkable where they've come. I mean, they were sitting at dead last in the league at one point, probably September, October, or maybe a spot ahead of Vanderbilt. And as it stands right now, they are 16th in the country and 7th in the league. They're 1 spot behind Texas A&M, which they could catch them. There's still a target or 2 out there for Auburn. There's still the potential to jump A&M and move into 6th in the SEC. That's a remarkable job when they were in the 50s a couple of months ago. You look at their class, 4 of the top 5 kids on the on-3 consensus that are in that class have come in the last couple of weeks, some of them in the last couple of days, 4 of the top 5 ranked kids. So they've done a great job. There's no question about it. A couple of those kids they were in on before, but they didn't close the deal or couldn't do it. Then everything changes, staff changes, and they're able to close the deal. And then there's, of course, a couple of kids that they've gotten with the new staff really landed them. So it's hard to argue against them doing a really good job in the last few weeks. Yeah, you lose Tony Mitchell today. That would have been a good one perception-wise. You lost there was a corner that committed Braden Marshall that stuck with UCF. They wanted him, but getting Keldrick Falk was huge. Getting Isaiah Miller, the JUCO offensive tackle the other day, was huge. So overall, they've done a really good job, and they've gotten some players at some positions of need.
Yeah, and just minutes ago, big announcement. You don't see a lot of guys flip from Ohio State, but Kayan Lee, the cornerback, flips from Ohio State to Auburn. That's a huge get for Hugh Freeze.
Yeah, it is. You don't see that very often. I would imagine with Wesley McGriff and Zach Etheridge coaching DBs, who are both top-notch recruiters, Auburn should get some good defensive backs over the next few years as long as those 2 guys are there. Those 2 guys have been around and can really recruit and have got some players in the NFL. So I would imagine defensive back should be a good position to recruit for Auburn. But, yeah, it was a good get, especially from a program like Ohio State. And that was a tough one. I mean, probably in the last week, there was some thought that he might, Ohio State might be the school. And I think Auburn stuck to their guns in the way they were recruiting him and landed him. It was big.
I know I promised you we would not keep you too long, so one more question before we let you get to the business, because you got to update everyone at Auburn Live on 3 Sports. Justin Hokanson's with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. But as far as future quarterbacks concerned, Auburn fans keep asking us, are they looking for a quarterback in the portal? Are they looking for a guy who could battle Robbie Ashford to be the starter next year? What is your observation on the quarterback job right now in the eyes of Hugh Freeze?
Yeah, I think that, look, they were interested in Grayson McCall, but there's some academic things that don't line up that make that a very tough match at this point for that to happen. Of course, Devin Leary, they were interested in him. He goes to Kentucky. So clearly they're willing to bring in a transfer quarterback, but I do think it's going to have to be a pretty high-level portal target. I mean, there's development that's got to happen with Robbie Ashford. We know that. I also know that they like his ceiling. They think there's some raw things there to work with. They bring in Hank Brown, who is committed to Liberty. That seemed like just a smart decision, a good quarterback who is committed to U4. But I think if the right guy's there in the portal, I think they'll still be interested to bring him in. You know, maybe somebody like Spencer Sanders. I know he's still out there at Oklahoma State. The Tulane quarterback, does he enter the portal? Pratt. Good player. So if it's the right guy, I think they'd bring him in. I think Robbie Ashford needs to be pushed. There needs to be a battle there. There's no question. There needs to be a battle and some development, some guys pushing each other in that spring. And I think that they know that, but I think it needs to be the right guy. I don't think they're just going to bring in a random transfer. Well, Brian Harsin would. I don't know that Hugh Freeze and these guys are going to just bring in anybody in there. I think it'll be a certain guy. They can get a high-level guy, somebody like Spencer Sanders or Pratt at Tulane if he enters the portal. Those are the kind of quarterbacks that come to mind when I say that.
And keep in mind, there's another portal window that opens after spring drills, and a whole series of quarterbacks who will hit the portal then after they find out they're not QB1 at the school they're at now. He's Justin Hokanson at _J Hokanson on Twitter. He covers Auburn for Auburn Live on 3 Sports. Go follow them the rest of the day, the Hugh Freeze news conference over there at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock. Hoke, thank you, man. Enjoy the rest of the day.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
All right, Justin Hokanson with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, being brought to you in part today by our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D, the app that can responsibly keep the party going this holiday season.
Yeah, absolutely. Let them bring the party to you. It's that simple. The fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama, first-of-its-kind service found on your app store, B-U-Z-D. Use that code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. Imagine you've got people coming over, forgot to get them a gift. Go online. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8. Great stocking stuffer there. Alcohol, all types of bourbon, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, B-U-Z-D.
For sure, we'll throw up our Dr. Pepper signage here, including the countdown, as LT was talking to Fuhrman about it, the countdown to the semifinals, which is happening December 31st. We'll use first, LT, as we talk about these games a little bit, the 24/7 Sports composite ratings of the team on National Signing Day here. Georgia is the number 1 seed in that tournament. They're currently number 2 behind only Alabama in recruiting, so they're still built for the future. Ohio State, in that is the 4 seed. They're number 6 overall recruiting today behind Alabama, Georgia, Miami, Texas, LSU, then Ohio State. Then you go all the way down almost to a whole new tier of the other 2 teams in that tournament. TCU right now 17th in recruiting, Michigan 18th in recruiting. It seems like you have 2 rosters on one side of the bracket, Georgia and Ohio State, that are stacked with great recruits year after year, and then you have almost systems. They recruit specific players in TCU and Michigan on the other side of the bracket.
Well, you know, TCU's not surprising where they are right now, but Michigan, based on success last year, Harbaugh, I know it's quirky, but he does a good job recruiting. You would think that they would be higher than that.
Dr. Pepper brings you this countdown to the national semifinals as we get ready for that coming up next week as we get closer to the games in Atlanta and out in the desert. Aside from National Recruiting Day today, looking at the quarterbacks coming up in this game, Duggan has made his announcement he's going pro. Stafford is running out of eligibility there with Georgia. McCarthy at Michigan has given the Wolverines an opportunity to do something a little different when the run game gets slowed down. And then there's C.J. Stroud. Of all the quarterbacks in this, Stroud right now technically the best pro in this game, in this playoffs.
If I had to rank the quarterbacks in this playoff just based on this year, C.J. Stroud, I think you've got to go Max Duggan the way he has played, then Stetson Bennett, and then obviously J.J. McCarthy at the end.
Yeah.
And I think that's the order you would go in right now. But, the lasting impression of C.J. Stroud wasn't good against Michigan.
The teams will practice one more time on their campuses tomorrow. Then they'll take a short Christmas break and then gather back at the site of the playoff games, a typical bowl trip for Georgia and Ohio State to Atlanta, and then Michigan and TCU out to the desert as we get ready for the semifinals happening this year right here in college football. No Alabama, but currently Alabama #1 in recruiting, according to 24/7. Tony Mitchell didn't flip. Last night, Caden Proctor did from Iowa to Alabama, one of the best offensive linemen. At 1:10 this afternoon, the Carver duo of Smith and Russell will go today. Both of them 5-star defenders, defensive line and edge rusher. Alabama's the projected destination. Auburn and others in the mix there. We'll see if they add to that Crimson Tide recruiting class. That's just after the show ends, coming up at the top of the hour. Quick break here. The show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. If you're looking to get back into the game this holiday season, there's a lot of great deals going on with our friends at MyBookie. In fact, some great deals that can get you in the game and give you money back. At MyBookie right now, they have 12 straight days of giveaways, from odds boost to casino chips to straight up locks. MyBookie's 12 days of giveaways can't be missed. Starting today, running through January 1st, you can bring in the new year right with giveaways that can help you fill your stocking with cash this season. Sign up at MyBookie, use the promo code NEXTROUND, and your first deposit can be redeemed for a bonus of up to $200. Again, that's promo code NEXTROUND to claim a brand new deposit bonus designed for bettors looking to cash in and cash out quick. Experience sports in a whole new light and make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on now. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. We're giving away $125,000. That's right. Birmingham Racecourse Casino is giving away $125,000. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games, featuring exciting bonuses and huge jackpots. There's always more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
People in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room asking how the food is sitting with me. I'll give you an update later on if I make it to the end of the show. It's not sitting well. But let's do our viewing menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life. Rockstar, what he's watching before we talk to the godfather of recruiting.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. You can call 800-735-2787 or check out great gift ideas at danielmooreart.com.
So on Amazon Prime, the new season of Jack Ryan premieres tonight. I think we watched both seasons, and it's good. It's cheesy, but it's good.
I love the first year. Never watched the second year.
Second year was pretty good. First year was really good.
I've never seen something on Amazon Prime that doesn't have a little cheese to it.
Okay. I'm trying to think of that.
I like Goliath the first season with Billy Bob Thornton, but it had some cheese in it. But I could not do the Jack Ryan.
Then 8 p.m. on CBS, you got Homeward Bound, a Grammy salute to the songs of Paul Simon. I like Paul Simon. I'll admit it. I like some of his stuff.
I don't.
And then in theaters tonight, Lunsford reminded me The Whale does premiere wide today with Brendan Fraser. And, of course, Lunsford's already said it. It's great. And then theaters, Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, which is a crazy-looking animation thing. It looks like they went cheap on it, but...
So you've already seen The Whale?
Yeah, I saw it yesterday.
So he's going to win Best Actor, right?
It is not even remotely close.
Yeah.
At least in my mind. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. But it's going to be between him, Colin Farrell, and Austin Butler.
Now, is that one of those films that, that transcends a lot of different people would like it?
So it's got actually mixed reviews. It's only like a 60-something on Rotten Tomatoes. Everybody says he's great in it. The acting's really good in it. Sadie Sink, who's Max on Stranger Things, is pretty good in it. But I loved it. I thought it was great. But it's one of those that it's not for everybody. It's shot weird. It's shot like it's a play, basically, like the way they did like Fences or movies like that. So that turns a lot of people off. But he's incredible in it.
Yeah, interesting. That's what Rockstar is watching tonight. New Life Art. Man, I love the way Lunsford can just go to movies in the afternoons. It's a good life. It's a good life. New Life Art.
Passive-aggressive shot there.
It's not passive. That's a good life. I love that. New Life Art.
DanielMooreArt.com for more information. Call 800-735-2787.
We'll talk to the national godfather of recruiting, Mike Farrell, as soon as he gets on the line with us. He'll be on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. The big story in recruiting to me happened last night when big offensive tackle Caden Proctor flipped from his home state, Iowa, to Alabama. And that was a position of need for the Crimson Tide. So that's a big get for him. And then today they backed it up with another big recruit in Tony Mitchell. And it's continued to roll for Alabama. So let's bring in the godfather of recruiting. He is Mike Farrell, and he's kind with his time today. MikeFarrellSports.com, MikeFarrellSports.com. If you're looking for a place that's keeping you updated all day long on recruiting, and he does college football year-round, it's MikeFarrellSports.com. Mike, thanks for being back with us on the show. A lot of Alabama fans interested. Do you think they end up number one? And how impressed are you with what Nick Saban and the bunch has done so far this year?
Yeah, I think they should end up number one. I mean, Georgia's making a good case as well. But when I look at the class top to bottom, especially when you factor in quarterbacks a little bit more than I do, more than people do. You see these recruiting rankings, and they don't really have them skewed towards, did you get all your needs fit? Did you get the most important quarterback, most important position in this class, which is quarterback? I have them number one over Georgia, but it's close. And then, there's a big drop off in the SEC after that, as usual, and I kind of think that's what's to be expected.
Could you make the argument the biggest impact player today is Oregon?
Yeah, they've had a great day. Losing Dante Moore a couple days ago, everybody online was saying Dan Lanning can't recruit, he sucks, this, that, the other, and then of course he goes out and gets off the Nosavad from Texas, Baylor commitment that Ohio State and others tried to flip throughout the process, weren't able to do so. Peyton Bowen, I did not expect the Texas safety to choose Oregon. I thought they were kind of out of it. It's supposed to be Oklahoma, and if not them, it's supposed to be A&M, or he's going to stick with Notre Dame. So, for them to add those two guys, it's really quite a reversal from what everybody was talking about a couple of days ago and overreacting to. I mean, you lose one recruit, it's not the end of the world. Quarterback, of course, hurts. It's how you react to that, and he's showing that he's, obviously a very, very good recruiter, and he's learned this, from his days in the SEC.
By going to MikeFarrellSports.com last night, I was able to see that Mike didn't think Tony Mitchell was going to flip. A lot of people thought Tony Mitchell was going to flip from right here in Alabaster from Alabama. He didn't earlier. What do you think happened there? Did you ever think there was a moment he was going to not be a Crimson Tide signee?
Well, Tony's a flirter, as I call him. He's a guy who visited a lot of other schools and was linked to a lot of other programs. D-backs committed to Nick Saban often don't flip. When I saw the Texas A&M rumors early, I was like, I don't think this is going to be the case. And then you see the Auburn push late, which you would expect with a new coach. I'm sure he got a lot of tremendous offers, a lot of promises and things like that. But it was always, to me, looking at this from a distance, Tony was doing his due diligence, didn't mind the attention, certainly liked being recruited, but in the end he was going to end up at Alabama. So you never know. I picked Peyton Bowen to flip from Notre Dame, as I mentioned, but I didn't pick Oregon. It's kind of like you throw stuff at the wall the night before based on what you're hearing and what sources are telling you, and then you kind of hope it sticks. And that was one that I felt pretty good about all along.
Deion was brought to Boulder to bring in big-time talent. How's the first class going?
It's okay. There's not a lot of time for him to do that, and I think he's being very smart. Because Deion could get a bunch of kids that want to jump immediately or change their mind on a whim, and that's great, but it doesn't mean that they really want to be in Colorado. And with the transfer portal, you want to make sure you're taking guys that you built a relationship with and that you have a good feeling about. He got Dylan Edwards from Kansas away from Notre Dame. That was a big deal. And he knew the dad. He coached with the dad in Texas before. So there was a previous relationship there that he felt comfortable with. He'll do well in the portal. The Cormani McClain kid that was linked to, Alabama and Florida before he chose Miami, he's delayed his signing. This is Deion. This is Colorado. He's going to take a look, and it's a smart move for the kid as well if he's interested in looking at that. There's no point signing in December when you can wait until February and get the decision right. So Deion's going to be fine. Colorado's going to be fine. He's not long for there. I think he's there a couple of years. I don't know if he wins 7 games in a season. They're a really bad football team. But I do know he's going to change everything they do up there, from academic restrictions to NIL collectives to the talent on the roster, and he's going to leave them in a better place.
Okay, before you go, and we appreciate your time on such a busy day, can you tell me one team, coaching staff we're not talking enough about today? It could be inside the SEC, outside the SEC. Who is it for you, Mike?
That's a good one. I'm going to say Florida State. Not really mentioned a whole lot. You hear about Alabama, you hear about Georgia. Of course, you hear Ohio State. We're talking about Notre Dame losing a couple kids. It's a very steady approach that Mike Norvell has going on here. They're not a top 25 recruiting class. They've only got 16 commitments, but they're killing it in the portal. And the portal, to me, is part of your recruiting evaluation and part of your rankings. So I don't think they're being talked about enough. If I had to pick another one, I would say, probably Tennessee. They're outside the top 10, right around 11, 12 for me. Great class. Just a lot of it was done early, so they don't get this attention, around signing week that these other schools do when they're flipping kids.
For the few decades he's been doing it, recruiting's changed a lot. Mike Farrell changes with it. MikeFarrellSports.com. MikeFarrellSports.com to stay updated on college football year round. Mike, thank you for the time today. We appreciate it, man.
All right, thanks, you guys. See you.
Mike Farrell right there. MikeFarrellSports.com on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. LT will send out a lock a little bit later on, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. He does that at the Lance Taylor, at the Lance Taylor. And our friends at Hemphill, they hook you up when it comes to your cooling, your heating, and your plumbing.
Yeah, absolutely. The name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954 for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs is our friends at Hemphill Services. Call Chad, Andrew, Adam, the team there, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Basketball tonight. Alabama wins last night over Jackson State. They sort of sleepwalked through that one. Now they get a Christmas break, and they open up the conference season against Mississippi State. State lost last night to Drake. They were one of the final unbeaten teams in America. Out on the West Coast, Auburn getting ready to play Washington tonight, 8 o'clock, sold out. First sellout at a Washington basketball game, hard sellout since 2004. Bruce Pearl says this trip out west was basically to get his team ready for SEC play. Here's the coach.
Look, not many people are going to play 3 non-conference road games like we are. And I'm hoping that, that we are able to rise to the challenge. But how am I supposed to go to Georgia, on the second SEC game and expect to win at Georgia if I can't come to Washington and have a chance to win? Or USC. We had a chance to win at USC. We turned it over too many times. I know we have a chance to win here.
It'll be interesting. One thing he's trying to figure out is who his playmakers are. Rockstar Gimme Cut 2 here, Bruce Pearl at that practice facility out in Seattle, the Washington basketball practice facility. There is no doubt he's still trying to figure out who his rotation is, who is playing, who's going to get the bulk of the playing time. When you look at Trey Donaldson, the freshman guard, he's working his way into the lineup. Wendell Green Jr.'s banged up. Bruce is still trying to challenge his guys to get playing time.
For me, and this is an important lesson. Show me. I don't care where you're rated. I don't care how many stars in front of your name, whether it's any player. I give the guys a chance to show me. If we don't play better, other guys will get more minutes, and the best players will play. And that's how a team grows throughout the season.
Do you worry about this team making the big dance, the tournament, or you think they will be in the dance when it's all said and done?
Well, I do think this game's interesting because Washington, to me, is an average team, and Auburn is a 3.5-point favorite. I've got a feeling that Auburn will win this game, but these are games you need to win because once you get into the SEC, and I know it wasn't a good night for the SEC based on A&M, Ole Miss, and Mississippi State, but the SEC's deep. And if you can't beat a team like Washington, you're going to have problems in season.
They lost to USC 74-71 on this trip. USC's better than Washington.
Yeah. I mean, Boogie Ellis is a really good player. I mean, Andy Enfield's got some really good guards. And as Bruce said, if they don't turn it over a million times, they win that game.
A final thought from Lunsford from our National Signing Day desk when we come back on what has happened today on hashtag NSD 2022-2023, the class of 2023, when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. If you know nothing else about me, you know I love great food. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. My favorite neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. It is located in the Greystone Shoal Creek area. You can see more, make a reservation, or give the gift of fine dining at oakhouseeats.com. Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
30-second recruiting update from Lunsford brought to you by Cowan. LT will tell you about Cowan in a second. Back row camera, Lunsford. Give me a nutshell on the day.
Yeah, Alabama's still a strong number one. Have a chance to have the highest class of all time if they get the two Carver guys based on 24/7's normal numbers. But for Auburn, big story, flipping some recruits, especially Kay and Lee. 4-star defensive back from Ohio State. Not something you typically see.
Brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Appreciate Lunsford on the back row today.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, they've been with us since day one here on the next round. They would love to partner with you for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we could be your heavy equipment solution from rental, new equipment sales, superior service, and parts. Go to Cowan.com or call 800-239-COWAN.
We'll roll through here. Taylor has built some graphics of our favorite movies, and I will digress and let you guys debate them to end the show here, because I just know what I like, but I don't know why I like them. Any particular order, or you want me to just call them out? Forster, here's mine. My top list. Love Actually is number 1. Love it. Christmas Vacation. Elf is 3. Bad Santa and It's a Wonderful Life. Those are my lists. You don't have to like it. Throw somebody else's up there and let's debate these to end the show. This is LT.
Yeah, I didn't know you liked Bad Santa. I thought that was a little too dark for you.
Well, I mean, you have. I never even watched it until you brought it in.
Yeah, Bad Santa is number 1 on my. Elf is number 2 because I grew up watching it with my kids. My kids absolutely loved it, so there is some nostalgia there. Die Hard, say what you want. It is a Christmas movie. It's based around a Christmas party. There's a ton of Christmas references. Office Christmas Party is one of the most underrated Christmas movies ever.
It's a good film.
Yeah, it really is. It's hilarious. It's very raunchy. And then The Ice Harvest with John Cusack, Billy Bob Thornton, Randy Quaid.
Never saw The Ice Harvest.
Connie Nielsen, Oliver Platt. It's well worth the watch. It takes place in Wichita, Kansas. It's a dark comedy about the mob.
4 and 5 I have not seen. It's on our to-do list. Rockstar's list looks like this. Rocky, what you got?
Well, I got number 5. I got Christmas Story. I know people hate it now because it's so over the top. It's played so much. I just don't watch it anymore. The Ref, which Scott brought up, which is a fantastic movie with Dennis Leary and Kevin Spacey.
I've never seen it.
It's a good. I had it on VHS. I was just talking about it back here. It's a really good movie. Then Christmas Vacation, of course. Home Alone because of nostalgia, and my favorite movie from Christmas time, Bill Murray's Scrooged with Bobcat Goldthwait.
All right, let's go Lunsford next. Lunsford is, afternoon movies. You got to know what you're doing, man.
I mean, I'm one that doesn't like the traditional Christmas movies for the most part. For me, number 5, Batman Returns, takes place around Christmas. If Die Hard's a Christmas movie, this is definitely a Christmas movie. Number 4, Nightmare Before Christmas. It could be Halloween or Christmas movie, but it's about stealing Christmas. Number 3, Gremlins.
Good call on Gremlins.
Gremlins, good horror movie, good Christmas movie. And then the more traditional ones, Christmas Vacation, I think is the one that most people go to. But for me, White Christmas, grew up watching it. Used to go to the Alabama Theater with my parents growing up. Good old traditional, definitely the best old Christmas movie is White Christmas.
Who's in White Christmas?
Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye.
Oh, wow.
Remember the line from Christmas Vacation?
Yeah.
The sister song in that movie?
Yeah.
Sister? Yeah.
We could do a funny parody of that.
Forster's top 5 list. What do you have, Forster?
All right, number 5, Scrooged. Fantastic Bill Murray movie. As Rocky mentioned, The Ref, great Dennis Leary. Home Alone's a classic. Got to go with that one. Bad Santa is great. And Die Hard is absolutely a Christmas movie, and it's the best one ever.
It seems like Forster, probably his style is more your style, LT.
I love his top 3. Home Alone almost made number 5 for me. But, yeah, his top 2 are legit.
Now, will you guys watch these Christmas movies?
I've already seen Bad Santa, Office Christmas Party, The Ice Harvest.
Get after it, man.
Yeah. I'll watch Home Alone and Elf for sure still.
All right. LT is off tomorrow with Brownie. It'll be me, Lunsford, Rockstar, Forster. Tyler, you here tomorrow? Tyler's here tomorrow. Taylor's here tomorrow. And who else is on the show? We don't know. But tune in to find out tomorrow. We've got 4 hours to fill. Maybe some replays of some of our favorite moments over the past 18 months. I used to do that a lot too. The old quote-unquote best of shows. We'll do something tomorrow. We're live tomorrow, though. Make plans to be with us. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.